What if the decision you're about to make has already been made? What if the moment you feel in control, raising a hand, speaking a thought, making a choice, is merely your brain letting you in on something it already did seconds ago? And what if the self you believe is in charge is more of a narrator than a driver? A voice explaining actions it never actually initiated. This isn't fiction, it's science. For the next 4 hours, we'll dive into the unseen mechanisms that move you before you're aware, explore how your mind tricks you into believing you're in control, and uncover the quiet truth that what feels like free will might be an echo, not a cause. So if you're ready to question your autonomy, rethink responsibility, and look into the neural script that plays behind your every thought, tap like, hit subscribe, and step into the hidden machinery of your choices. Because what you call you might just be the story your brain tells after it acts. Your brain decides before you do. The readiness potential. What if the moment you decide something, to raise your hand, to speak, to leave, to stay, has already passed before you even feel it happen? What if your deepest choices, the ones you hold sacred, the ones that feel like the purest expression of your freedom, weren't really choices at all, but echoes of a decision your brain made seconds before you were ever aware of it? Imagine this. You're sitting alone, thinking about nothing in particular, when suddenly the urge to move your finger rises. You feel it. That brief moment of intention. You decide. You act. But underneath that conscious feeling, a different story has already begun. Long before you became aware of your own decision, your brain started to prepare. Neurons fired. Electrical patterns danced. A process began, and you only arrived at the end to narrate it. This isn't science fiction. It's science. In the 1980s, a groundbreaking experiment by neuroscientist Benjamin Libet revealed something deeply unsettling. Using EEG scans, he discovered that a brain signal called the readiness potential appears up to half a second before a person becomes consciously aware of making a decision to move. In later experiments, using more advanced methods like fMRI, researchers could predict decisions up to 7 seconds before subjects consciously made them. Think about that. 7 seconds. That's longer than it takes to blink, longer than it takes to lie, longer than it takes to fall in love or fall apart. If your brain makes decisions before you do, then what is you? What is this self that feels in control but might just be catching up, rationalizing choices it didn't actually make? This realization is more than academic. It's existential. It throws into question the very idea of free will, of agency, of the self as a singular, sovereign actor. We've built entire moral systems, legal codes, and spiritual frameworks on the assumption that human beings choose their actions with full awareness. But what if that's not how the mind works? What if we are, at least in part, passengers on a train we didn't schedule, narrators of events that were already set in motion? The readiness potential doesn't announce itself. You don't feel it. You don't notice it. But it shapes your behavior. It's like a silent conductor leading the orchestra of your body. And by the time you hear the music, the baton has already moved. And the implications stretch far beyond lab studies. Every time you say, "I decided," you might really mean, "I noticed a decision had already been made." That's a terrifying thought, but also a freeing one, because it suggests that the self is not a puppeteer pulling strings, but a story being written in real time, not by one author, but by a symphony of unconscious processes, emotional cues, and predictive models built from your entire lifetime of experience. But what is this readiness potential exactly? It's a slow build-up of electrical activity in the brain's motor cortex, measurable seconds before a voluntary movement. It's the brain's way of preparing, of getting into position before the spotlight of awareness hits. It's not a sudden surge. It's a gentle slope, a neurological whisper that says, something's about to happen. But here's the twist. Participants in these studies still believed they made a free decision. They didn't feel coerced. They didn't feel manipulated. They felt intentional, deliberate, which means your brain can build an action plan before your conscious mind catches up, and you'll still feel like you chose it. This is the illusion of authorship. The brain acts, the mind explains, the system decides, the storyteller justifies. And this isn't unique to movement. The same architecture underlies much of what we call thinking, feeling, even identity. You walk into a room and suddenly feel uneasy, not because of anything specific, but because your brain picked up on subtle cues, patterns, signals, and made a judgment long before you could explain why. And then your conscious mind scrambles to catch up. Maybe it's the lighting. I think I saw this place in a dream. It just has bad energy. All those reasons might be true, or they might be elegant cover stories, rationalizations invented by the conscious self to justify what the unconscious system already decided. If you're starting to feel like a puppet, here's the paradox. The more you understand how these mechanisms work, the more agency you actually gain. Not the old-fashioned kind of agency, the myth of perfect control, but a deeper kind. A kind built on awareness, not delusion. Because even if you don't author every action, you can shape the environment in which those actions arise. You can train the system, you can rewire the patterns. The readiness potential might precede awareness, but your habits, your values, your reflections, those build the terrain your brain walks on before you even arrive. Meditation, for example, is one way of slowing down the loop, becoming more sensitive to the rise of intention, to the subtle flickers of predecision before they become full-blown actions. Therapy can do the same, helping you notice the scripts running beneath the surface so you can choose which ones to keep. You might not be free in the way you thought, but you're not helpless either. You are a system influencing a system, a loop aware of its own looping. And that awareness, fragile as it may be, is a kind of freedom all its own. Still, this idea forces a confrontation. If decisions arise before we're aware of them, does that mean we're not responsible for what we do? Can we blame our brain, plead innocent because the neuron fired before we could speak? That's the philosophical minefield this research leads us into. But here's one way to look at it. Responsibility doesn't require conscious authorship. It requires ownership. You may not be the origin of every impulse, but you are the steward of them. You can train your mind the way a gardener trains a vine, not by controlling every leaf, but by shaping the path it follows. Over time, your unconscious patterns reflect the work you've done. The choices you rehearse become the defaults. Your brain prepares before you notice. The loops you feed become the systems that act on your behalf. That's not illusion. That's evolution. That's growth. And it means that the readiness potential doesn't erase morality. It refines it. It moves responsibility out of the moment and into the months and years of conditioning that made that moment possible. So, what are you, really? A puppet? A passenger? A narrator of a pre-written script? Or something else entirely? A consciousness, embedded in a biological machine, learning to ride the waves of decision as they rise? Maybe the truth is that you are both the ocean and the surfer. You don't control every wave, but you can learn to ride them with grace. You don't decide when the readiness potential sparks, but you decide what kind of brain experiences it. A brain soaked in rage or curiosity, a mind built on fear or love. And maybe that's the deeper meaning of free will. Not that you control every moment, but that you shape the system over time. That your past self lays the foundation your future self will walk upon. That awareness, even when late, is still powerful because it allows you to reflect, to adjust, to shape the next readiness potential that hasn't arrived yet. In the end, this idea doesn't diminish you, it reveals you. It reveals the complexity of being human, not as a flaw, but as a miracle. You are a process, a feedback loop, a story that edits itself in real time. You are not the spark of every choice, but the fire that gives them meaning. You are not the sole author of your actions, but the editor-in-chief of your narrative. And that might just be more powerful than being in charge of every flicker. because it means that even if your brain starts the story without you, you still get to decide how it ends. You hallucinate reality every millisecond and call it vision. Imagine watching a movie so immersive, so flawlessly rendered, that you forget you're in a theater at all. No screen, no projector, no distinction between fiction and truth. Just images flowing into your awareness with such speed and clarity that you begin to believe the story is not just being shown to you, but that it is you, that the people, the places, the world you're seeing are not crafted illusions but real, immediate, undeniable. And now imagine learning that this movie never ends, that it plays not in front of you but within you, and that it is stitched together from fragments, guesses, predictions, and scraps of outdated data, a hallucination in the most literal sense that updates itself every millisecond to appear seamless, and that this is what you call vision. This is what you call reality. This is the scaffold upon which you've built your identity, your memory, your perception of what is real and what is not, when in fact, you are staring into a dream designed by your own nervous system, projected not by the eye, but by the brain. And though it feels like a mirror held up to the outside world, it is in truth a canvas painted from the inside out, shaped by attention, expectation, and need, and that the space you believe you live in, the color of the sky, the texture of a wall, the shape of a face, is not out there waiting to be seen, but in here, conjured into being by a biological machine that is less like a camera and more like a storyteller with an obsessive fear of uncertainty. And thus it fills in gaps, smooths over ambiguity, guesses when it must, lies when it needs to. Not to deceive you maliciously, but to keep you coherent, sane, able to move through a world that is too vast, too noisy, too incomplete to ever be fully known. What you call sight is not a passive receipt of images, but an active construction of experience, a constantly revised hallucination that your brain generates by combining limited input from your eyes with a vast library of memories, predictions, and probabilities. And this becomes disturbingly clear in moments of visual illusions, in blind spot experiments where your brain paints over the absence with made-up information, in the split-second guesswork that allows you to catch a ball or recognize a face where your brain doesn't have time to wait for all the data to arrive. It predicts the outcome and fills in the rest, and you believe it because you must, because the illusion is so complete, so seamless, that you never suspect you're looking at a forgery. And this is not a glitch, but a feature, because the raw data coming from your retina is incomplete, low resolution, upside down, and riddled with blind spots. Yet what you experience is high definition, right side up, color-corrected clarity. And that clarity is the product of neural guesswork, of inference engines shaped by evolution to create an interface, not a mirror. A functional model of the world that emphasizes survival over truth, coherence over accuracy, continuity over contradiction. And in this way, the world you see is not the world itself, but a hallucinated user interface that simplifies the chaos of photons, edges, and wavelengths into a smooth, usable perception you can walk through, interact with, and believe in, even though it is in every technical sense an illusion. And this means that you don't live in reality, but in a simulation of reality generated by your brain. One that is good enough to keep you alive, but not necessarily accurate, not complete, and certainly not objective. If this sounds unsettling, it's because it is. To realize that what you see is not what is there, but what your brain needs to be there. That your sense of color, depth, motion, and identity are all emergent properties of interpretive algorithms you never wrote and cannot access directly. And yet, you live by them, you trust them, you build your life on top of them, unaware that you are hallucinating with every breath. And this is not poetic metaphor, but empirical neuroscience, confirmed by decades of research into visual processing, cortical prediction, and Bayesian modeling of perception, which shows us that the brain is constantly anticipating what the next moment of sensory input should be, comparing it to the incoming signals, and then updating its model accordingly, not to reflect the world exactly, but but to minimize the surprise, to reduce prediction error, to keep the story running smoothly. And this predictive coding is so fast, so recursive, so foundational, that you never notice the guesswork beneath your awareness, even though it is happening every instant. And when it goes wrong, when the brain's predictions are off, you don't see a mistake. You experience hallucinations, illusions, misperceptions, because the system does not give you access to the raw data, only to the best possible interpretation. And so the hallucination is all you have, all you know. And the terrifying truth is that there is no privileged access to the real, only better or worse guesses, more or less functional hallucinations. And you are always inside one. And this has implications far beyond sight, because if vision is a hallucination corrected by reality, then perhaps so is emotion, memory, meaning, even selfhood. And perhaps what you call identity is the brain's most persistent hallucination of all, a stable point in the storm of perception, meant to give you a sense of continuity across time. Even as your cells change, your thoughts shift, your memories rewrite themselves with each recollection, and yet the illusion holds. You are still you, because the brain has constructed a model of self that fits into the model of the world, and together these hallucinations create a space in which you can act, believe, love, suffer, hope, and think you know what is happening. Even though beneath it all, you are flying blind through a simulation that updates itself in real time, made not of light or matter, but of signals, spikes, rhythms, and noise. And this is the paradox of being human, that to stay sane, we must remain convinced that what we see is real, while to understand ourselves deeply, we must admit that it never was. So the next time you open your eyes and see the world, your room, your hands, your reflection in the mirror, remember that what you're looking at is not the world, but your brain's best hallucination of it, rendered with such precision that it fools even you. And let that awareness humble you, soften your certainty, make you question the stories you believe, not because you are broken, but because you are beautifully limited, gloriously incomplete, and your hallucinations, however flawed, are the closest thing to truth you will ever know. And that, paradoxically, is what makes them so precious, so human. Because in the end, the point is not to escape the hallucination, but to learn how to live inside it wisely, gently, and with awe. Your memory rewrites itself every time you recall it. Imagine standing in front of a painting that you've returned to 100 times, perhaps in a museum you visit when life feels scattered, or a childhood drawing you keep tucked in an old drawer, and you swear every time that you know its lines, its colors, its meaning. But what you don't realize is that with each glance, your eyes subtly shift what they see, your mind subtly shifts what it believes, and one day you stop in front of the same canvas and realize it's changed. The shades are warmer, or colder, or somehow sadder, except the painting hasn't changed at all. Only your perception has. Only your memory of what it was and what it is are now tangled, and that's when the illusion cracks. You realize the past isn't fixed, isn't sacred, isn't immune to the touch of the present. Because your memory, the thing you cling to when everything else feels unstable, is not a vault but a brush, not a record but a living rewrite. And every time you remember something, you are not retrieving it from storage, but rebuilding it from pieces. Pieces shaped by what you now believe, feel, fear, and need. And in that rebuilding, the memory is changed, not just in surface, but in substance, until what you recall is no longer what happened, but what your current mind decided must have happened. And that, perhaps, is the quietest, most astonishing betrayal your brain ever performs. It edits your life story without telling you, and you keep believing it anyway. Because to remember is not to retrieve a file. It is to reimagine an event, reconstruct a moment, rebuild the feeling. And neuroscience confirms this with startling clarity. Each act of remembering activates not just the hippocampus, where memories are indexed, but the same neural pathways involved in imagination and creativity. the prefrontal cortex where narratives are shaped, the emotional centers where feelings are reevaluated, which means that memory is not storage, but simulation, and each recall is an act of creation masquerading as access. Each mental revisit is a fresh rehearsal of something that once happened, but now happens again. Slightly different, slightly warped, slightly edited by the beliefs and desires and emotional states you carry today, and yet the brain, desperate for coherence, wraps that memory in the illusion of truth, tags it with the same label as before, and files it away as if nothing changed. But the truth is, something always changes. The edges soften or harden, the color of someone's voice shifts, the timing of a sentence adjusts, the guilt deepens or disappears entirely. And these shifts accumulate across years, across lifetimes, until the story of who you are becomes a mosaic of versions. None of them entirely accurate, all of them emotionally real. And the more often you recall a memory, the less it resembles the original, because each recall overwrites the last, like saving over a file with a slightly altered draft, again and again, until the first version is unrecoverable, and only the myth of what you remember remains. And yet you trust your memory like it's a courtroom witness. You stand by it in arguments, grieve by it in solitude, build your sense of identity on it without question, never realizing that your brain's need for narrative consistency is stronger than its commitment to factual accuracy, and so it fills in gaps you didn't notice, invents cause and effect where none existed, creates motivations, sequences, even entire scenes that never happened, and you believe them, because believing them is easier than admitting how little you truly know about your own past. And this is not a glitch, not a flaw, but an evolutionary adaptation. Because in a world of uncertainty, it's more useful to feel consistent than to be accurate. More stabilizing to think, this is who I am because this is what happened, than to admit that both I and what happened are in flux. And this reveals something even deeper. That your memory is not built to serve truth, but to serve the self, the present self, who must use the past not as a museum, but as a toolkit, to justify, to motivate, to explain decisions, to maintain sanity. And so the brain cooperates by shaping history into a version that supports today's identity, today's needs, today's emotional architecture, even if it means distorting the details because it knows you'll likely never notice. And if you do, you'll rationalize the change, edit the edit, and continue on with a version that fits more neatly than the original ever did. Consider the implications. When you remember an argument, do you replay it verbatim? Or do you subconsciously favor your lines, soften your tone, increase their volume, insert pauses and expressions that support the version where you were justified? When you recall a heartbreak, do you remember their words exactly? Or do you inject the meaning you later assigned, reshaping their exit into a narrative you can survive? When you think of childhood, do you remember the raw moments or the ones your family retold at dinners and holidays, the ones edited through stories and repetition until they replaced whatever actually occurred? The line between memory and imagination is thinner than we admit, and studies show that people can be led to form false memories with astonishing ease, by suggestion, by photoshopped images, by simple repetition of a lie wrapped in familiarity. And if that frightens you, it should. But it should also humble you, because it means the self you defend so fiercely, the self based on remembered experiences, is far more fluid, far more malleable, far more story than substance. And this opens the door to a terrifying and liberating truth, that if memory rewrites itself constantly, then the past is never fully lost or fixed. It is negotiable, plastic, alive, and what you choose to believe about it shapes not just your recollection, but your trajectory, your personality, your future. But this is not a call to distrust everything you remember. It is an invitation to recognize the nature of memory as something active, not passive, something dynamic, not archival. And this shift in understanding can change everything. It can make you more compassionate with others whose memories differ from yours, less rigid in arguments about what really happened, more curious about the ways your emotional state colors your recollection, more open to revisiting the past not as a fixed source of identity, but as a co-authored, continuously evolving dialogue between who you were and who you are becoming, because the act of remembering is not a return, but a rewriting. And that means healing can occur not just in the future, but in the past. That the meaning of an event can change years after it occurred. That forgiveness can retroactively reshape trauma. That the self is not anchored in stone but in soil, constantly growing new roots, shedding old bark, responding to storms not just in the weather but in perception. So perhaps the most radical thing you can do is not to memorize your life, but to re-meet it. Not to defend your memories as sacred truth, but to treat them as living metaphors, reflections of who you are now gazing back at who you were then, and to hold them with both reverence and skepticism. Not because they are worthless, but because they are precious, precisely because they evolve, precisely because they bend. And in that bending lies the possibility of freedom, of change, of redefinition. Because if your brain can revise your past every time you remember it, then perhaps you are never finished, never fixed, never fated. Perhaps you're a story still being told, not by what happened to you, but by how you choose to remember it. And maybe that is not a betrayal of truth, but a deeper kind of authorship, a participatory evolution of selfhood where memory is not what you inherit, but what you become. Your brain builds you out of stories, not facts. Imagine waking up in a vast library, the kind that stretches beyond the horizon, each corridor lined with books that have your name on the spine. Stories about your childhood, your mistakes, your dreams, your loves, your failures, your fears, your hopes, your habits, your face, your laugh, your loneliness. And every morning, before your eyes even open, your brain walks into that library and selects a few volumes, flips through their pages, tears out certain passages, rewrites others in invisible ink, and rearranges them into a loose stack that becomes your sense of self for the day, not because it is accurate, but because it is coherent, because it feels like you, and you move through the world with that fragile stack of narrative scripts under your arm, believing it's a mirror when it's really a collage. A patchwork novel built from memories that have been edited, filtered, reinterpreted, emotionally color-graded, and stitched together, not to reflect reality, but to survive it. Because what your brain wants more than truth is continuity. And so it weaves your identity, not out of facts, but out of the stories. It tells itself about what the facts mean. And you, the conscious mind, the narrator reading those pages aloud, rarely question where the words came from, because you're too busy being them, living them, defending them, aching with them, unaware that you are not a name etched in stone, but a sentence still being written, revised, deleted, and rewritten again, all in the name of psychological coherence, emotional survival, and cognitive efficiency. Because your brain is not a historian, it is a novelist, a playwright, a masterful screenwriter addicted to pattern, meaning, and narrative arc. And when it encounters the chaos of life, events without explanation, pain without purpose, randomness without rhythm, it doesn't record the raw footage. It scripts a version that makes emotional and social sense, a version that explains why you are the way you are, even if it has to invent motives, reorder timelines, exaggerate details, minimize contradictions, and create fictional villains or accidental heroes in the process. And this isn't malicious, it's adaptive, because a mind that can craft stories is a mind that can plan, empathize, connect, defend, justify, dream, and endure. And so the stories you believe about yourself, that you're shy or strong or cursed or resilient or always the one who's left or the one who stays too long, are not carved into the fabric of your brain like tattoos, but told and retold like bedtime tales whispered through neurons, reinforced through repetition, emotion, and social feedback until they feel like truth, but truth was never the point. Survival was, and a stable story is more survivable than a fragmented memory of chaos, which is why your brain will bend fact to protect identity, reshape history to defend ego, and suppress contradiction to maintain narrative flow, all while convincing you that what you feel must be what is, and that what is must always have been. And science backs this up. From cognitive psychology to neuroscience, the evidence is overwhelming that the self is not a fixed object, but a narrative construct, an emergent phenomenon arising from brain regions like the default mode network, which lights up when you're daydreaming, reflecting, imagining yourself in time, not because you're lazy or distracted, but because this network is rehearsing your internal autobiography, keeping your inner narrator active and engaged, constantly updating your character in the ongoing story of me. And this story includes not only what has happened, but what you expect to happen, what you wish had happened, what you fear might still happen, and what others have told you happened, all blended into a seamless stream that feels singular and continuous, even though it is fragmented and discontinuous beneath the surface. And every time you recall a moment, you're not opening a recording. You're reconstructing a scene from fragments, guided by the current plot you believe in. So if today's version of you sees yourself as a survivor, you'll reinterpret your past through that lens, casting former events as trials you overcame, villains you outlived, and moments of strength you didn't know you had, even if at the time you felt powerless. And if tomorrow's self shifts, the same memories may be reshaped into burdens, traumas, wounds, regrets, not because the facts changed, but because the story did, and the story is what defines the self. But this storytelling mechanism goes deeper still. It shapes not just your memory, but your perception of reality in the moment, because you don't see the world as it is, but as it fits your internal narrative, filtering stimuli through confirmation bias, attentional bias, and emotional salience, so that you notice the things that reinforce your story and overlook the things that contradict it, which is why someone who believes they are unlovable will ignore affection, dismiss compliments, and remember only rejection. And someone who believes they're a victim will interpret neutral acts as threats. And someone who sees themselves as special will interpret coincidences as destiny. All because the brain seeks narrative harmony over factual dissonance. And this extends into social life too. Your relationships, your conflicts, your roles in groups, where you unconsciously assign characters to others based on your stories, needs, the betrayer, the savior, the skeptic, the mirror, and these roles shape how you interpret their actions, which in turn reinforces how you see yourself, creating a feedback loop where story begets perception, and perception begets story, and around you go, living inside a drama written by a brain that doesn't care about objectivity, only continuity, only coherence, only the illusion that this story you call me has always been this way and always will be, even though every neuron is in flux, every preference is subject to context, and every memory is a reconstruction layered with emotional filters and cultural narratives that you didn't choose and barely notice. And perhaps most haunting of all is the realization that the voice in your head, the I that narrates your experience, is not the true self, but the storyteller itself, the language module spinning the yarn in real time. And if you've ever caught yourself justifying an action after doing it, rationalizing a choice you didn't consciously make, or defending a belief you barely understood, that's the narrator at work, post hoc patching the plot to make it seem like it was all intentional, all consistent, all authored by a singular self, when in truth, many of your behaviors are initiated before your awareness catches up, your preferences shaped by context, and priming, your decisions biased by framing and emotion, and your story is the mechanism that strings these together into something that feels whole. Because fragmentation is terrifying, randomness is paralyzing, and so the brain builds, you not as a reflection of reality, but as a map to navigate it, a character to perform it, a container to make sense of it. And this self, this illusion of a unified, stable, inner me, is not false in a way that negates its value, but false in a way that reveals its purpose, to create a sense of identity strong enough to survive the chaos of existence, to anchor you in a shifting world, to give your suffering meaning, your joy context, your choices a spine. even if it has to fabricate some of that spine from thin air. So what does this mean for who you are? That you are a fiction, a myth, a walking story with no core? Not quite. It means you are an evolving narrative, a recursive system, a self-authoring novel whose chapters are influenced by memory, emotion, language, biology, culture, and imagination. And while you cannot step outside your own story to find an ultimate truth, you can become aware of the storytelling process. You can question the plot lines that no longer serve you. You can recognize when the narrator is being defensive, when it's recycling an old wound, when it's skipping the nuance to preserve the arc. And in that awareness lies a strange kind of freedom. Not the freedom to escape story, but to edit it, to collaborate with it, to gently rewrite the parts that keep you small, to update the roles you've assigned to others, to loosen the grip on identities that were handed to you rather than chosen. Because while you may never live outside narrative, you can at least become a conscious participant in its unfolding. And maybe that is the real self. Not the voice that claims to be you, but the awareness that hears the voice and wonders, who is telling this story and why? And from that question, everything can shift. Not suddenly, not easily, but honestly. Because to ask that question is to invite curiosity into the most sacred space you know. Your own identity, your own truth, your own past. And when you do, you may discover that you are not what happened to you, but what you made of it. Not what you remember, but what you continue to revise. Not a fixed character, but a living narrative. One that can bend, transform, grow, and even contradict itself without breaking, because its strength is not in being flawless, but in being alive. Your brain can't tell the difference between real and imagined pain. Imagine a violin playing a sorrowful note in an empty theater. The bow never touches the string, the musician never lifts their hand, and the audience is only in your mind. Yet somehow, the sound resonates in your chest, not as music, but as pain. This is not metaphor. It is the terrifying accuracy of how your brain processes suffering. To your neural circuits, there is no absolute distinction between what is felt and what is vividly imagined. A memory of humiliation burns as brightly as the moment it first happened. A feared injury that never came can still make your body tense, your breath shorten, your heart race. In MRI scans, the same brain regions light up whether the pain is physical or imagined. The anterior cingulate cortex, the insular, the somatosensory cortex, all active whether you're being wounded or simply remembering what it felt like. Your brain doesn't just recall pain, it replays it, biologically, emotionally, chemically, with a fidelity so precise it can re-trigger trauma, reinforce phobias, or induce stress responses to threats that don't exist outside your skull. And this blurring between the real and the imagined isn't a flaw in the system, it's the system itself, evolved not for truth, but for survival, where anticipating harm is as urgent as enduring it. Your nervous system would rather prepare for a storm that never comes than ignore the one already overhead. So it simulates, forecasts, and rehearses pain like a paranoid playwright, scripting scenes of what might go wrong to keep you vigilant, even if it means you suffer twice, once in body, once in mind. But this mechanism, so useful in ancestral danger, becomes a silent tormentor in the modern world, where the threats are less about claws and fire, and more about words, memory, and imagined futures. You can relive a heartbreak 1,000 times and feel the chest-tightening grief as if it's happening again. You can flinch from an insult no one said, or crumble under a failure you've only pictured. The body responds. Cortisol flows. Heart rate rises. Muscles tense. All because the brain trusts its own stories more than the absence of danger. It believes what you imagine. It believes what you fear. And the more vividly you simulate pain, the more deeply it etches itself into your neural pathways, becoming not just a thought, but a state, a pattern your mind rehearses until it feels like home. This is why trauma echoes, why phantom limbs ache, why soldiers with PTSD dive for cover at fireworks. The brain holds no court to verify whether pain is real. It only registers that the signal exists, that the suffering is felt, that something hurts. And that's enough. It reacts, it believes, it protects, and in doing so, it sometimes betrays you, drawing you into a loop where imagined harm becomes indistinguishable from true harm, and where relief becomes a fading concept, outshined by the mind's own projection. You might think this makes you fragile, to suffer from shadows, to hurt from fiction, but this ability reveals something more profound. You are a creature of deep empathy, vast simulation, and boundless sensitivity. The same system that lets you feel your own imagined pain also allows you to feel the imagined pain of others. You wince at movies, cry at books, ache when a loved one suffers. Not because anything is physically happening to you, but because your brain, in its generosity, extends its emotional circuitry to experience what it models. And so imagined pain becomes the bridge to compassion. It allows you to carry a portion of another's burden, to feel solidarity across distance and difference. This is not weakness, it is human complexity in its rawest form. Yet this same gift turns inward with equal ferocity. You can spiral in self-inflicted narratives, scenarios of what-ifs and could-have-beens, self-blame and catastrophizing, constructing prisons of pure cognition. And the locks, made of your own neurons, your own neurotransmitters, your own belief that what you feel must reflect what is. But feelings are not facts. They are interpretations, and interpretations can be rewritten. Here lies the paradox. Your suffering is real, even when its source is not. The wound imagined can feel as deep as the wound received. And the mind, in its mystery, cannot always tell the difference. But within this realization lies the beginning of power. If imagined pain can harm, then perhaps imagined safety can heal. The placebo effect, long dismissed as trickery, stands as proof. People given sugar pills, but told they are medicine, can experience actual relief, changes in pain perception, heart rate, even brain chemistry, not because the pill did anything, but because the belief did. The story changed, and so did the biology. The simulation became salvation, and if you can hurt yourself with thoughts, perhaps you can also soothe yourself with them. This is the core of cognitive therapy, meditation, visualization, tools that use the mind's power of simulation not to terrify, but to calm, not to rehearse disaster, but to script recovery. Your brain, after all, is always listening, always believing, always building your inner world out of what you dwell on most. Feed it dread, and it floods your body with warning. Feed it hope, and the chemistry shifts. Reality, for your nervous system, is whatever it pays attention to. So the next time your chest tightens in the middle of the night, not from danger, but from memory, not from threat, but from thought, remember that you are not broken. You are responding exactly as evolution designed you to. Your brain is protecting you from a storm it thinks is still here. But storms pass, and though you cannot always silence the violin, you can learn to change the melody. With intention, with patience, with the awareness that imagined pain, though powerful, is also malleable. It is a narrative, and all narratives can be revised. The past is not a fixed weight, but a story your brain replays. And if you listen closely, you may realize that even in your deepest imagined suffering, there is still a space, a breath, a choice. And from that choice, healing begins. Your brain invents cause and effect after the fact. Imagine a puppet show where the strings are invisible. The puppeteer arrives only after the performance has ended, and the audience insists the story made perfect sense, even though the characters danced before they had any reason to move, and the applause begins before the final line is spoken. This is not a dream, nor a paradox from some obscure theatre. It is the way your brain constructs the illusion of cause and effect. You believe that you act with intention, that one thing leads to another in neat chronological chains, that decisions precede actions, and consequences follow logically from prior causes. But this belief, comforting as it is largely a narrative, woven after the fact. Your brain is not a witness to reality, but an editor of it, slicing events, stitching timelines, filling in blanks, and smoothing over the chaotic cracks in perception with the elegance of a practiced forger. The conscious story you tell yourself, of reasons and results, is more like a movie you arrived late to. The lights were already flickering, the plot already twisting, and you, like a self-assured critic, confidently explain what happened, even when you missed the beginning. Neuroscience has shown us that the brain begins preparing your actions before you're aware of deciding, that neurons fire in readiness before you choose, and that the experience of having made a decision often comes hundreds of milliseconds after the brain has already initiated it. In that brief sliver of time, your consciousness doesn't create the action, it just invents the reason for it. Like a clever lawyer scrambling for justification, your mind constructs an explanation, and once it does, you believe it wholeheartedly, not realizing that it's the mind's way of making sense of the incomprehensible blur of internal impulses, environmental triggers, and neural preconditions that actually caused your behavior. This is the secret machinery beneath the theater of awareness, a post-dictive mechanism where your mind fills in causal gaps to preserve the illusion of coherence. Like a film editor splicing frames together to create a scene that never really happened in sequence, your brain retrofits your experiences with plausible motivations and narratives. You feel a shiver and then notice a shadow, and your mind tells you that the shadow caused the shiver, even if the sensation came first. You smile at someone and they smile back, and you're sure their smile was a reaction to yours, even though they were already beginning to grin before your face moved. These aren't minor perceptual errors, they are foundational to how you perceive reality. Cause and effect, time and sequence, intention and result, all are filtered, reordered, and narrated by a mind that values story over accuracy, fluidity over fragmentation. And this has evolutionary roots. A brain that hesitates, that waits for all the facts before acting, is a brain that gets eaten. So instead, we evolved brains that jump to conclusions, that assume causes where there may be none, that err on the side of meaning rather than randomness. It's safer to believe the rustle in the grass was caused by a predator than to wait for proof. Better to invent a reason than to remain in paralyzing uncertainty. And so, we carry this ancient heuristic into modern life, seeing motives where there are only reflexes, assigning blame to randomness, and trusting explanations that only emerged after the outcome was already unfolding. This doesn't just influence our perceptions of others, it shapes how we understand ourselves. When you lash out in anger, you'll later say it was because you were provoked, not because of a surge of cortisol and a fleeting glitch in emotional regulation. When you make a choice, you'll explain it in terms of values and logic, unaware of the subconscious biases, emotional nudges, and momentary distractions that steered you. The conscious self you inhabit is not the captain of the ship. It is the storyteller who arrives once the sails are already set and the journey begun, and who writes the logbook as if it were the navigator all along. This is not to say you have no agency, but the agency you feel is filtered through layers of reconstruction. Your sense of being the author of your actions is often more poetic than mechanical. And this leads to a deeper discomfort. If we cannot trust the story of cause and effect in our own minds, how can we trust it in the world around us? How much of what we call reality is just post hoc narrative stitching, a seamless lie told by a brain desperate to believe the world makes sense? And yet, within this illusion lies a strange kind of freedom. If the brain invents cause and effect, then it also has the power to reinvent it, to reinterpret the past, to reassign meaning, to reframe the chain of events, not as fixed destinies, but as malleable stories. This is the foundation of healing, of personal growth, of transformation. You can choose to believe that your suffering was a punishment, or you can choose to see it as the birthplace of empathy. You can tell yourself you acted out of weakness or out of survival. The story is yours to reconstruct, and your brain, so skilled in retroactive invention, will help you if you let it. It is not just a deceiver, it is also a reauthor. And if you become aware of its mechanisms, if you learn to watch the puppet show from backstage, you can begin to see where the strings were pulled, where the reasons were manufactured, where the illusion began. And from that vantage point, a deeper kind of truth emerges. Not the factual, linear truth of clocks and physics, but the fluid, human truth of meaning. You are not a machine moving through fixed causal chains. You are a mind swimming in new stories, reacting and inventing in the same breath. And if your brain insists on telling you why things happened, even after they've happened, then perhaps the most powerful thing you can do is to shape that story with intention, to step into the author's seat, to acknowledge that while the raw data of your experience may be beyond your control, the narrative you build around it is yours. And in that narrative lies the difference between despair and purpose, between randomness and responsibility, between victimhood and transformation. You may never fully escape the illusion of cause and effect, but you can learn to see it for what it is, a masterpiece of mental editing, a necessary fiction, a bridge between chaos and comprehension. And once you do, you are no longer just the audience of your life. You are the editor, the narrator, and perhaps, if only moment by moment, the conscious hand behind the puppet's strings. Your emotional reactions come before conscious thought. Imagine you are standing in a thunderstorm, but you don't yet know it's raining. Your clothes cling to your skin, your heartbeat quickens, your jaw clenches, and a shiver courses through your body, not from the cold, but from something more ancient, more immediate, more alive than thought. Only seconds later does your mind declare, "Ah, it's a storm," as if it had discovered the obvious rather than lagged behind it. This is how emotion works. It arrives like lightning, fast, uninvited, unavoidable, striking before you. No, the sky is even dark, and then your thoughts stumble afterward trying to make sense of the flash. You believe you are a creature of reason who sometimes feels, but in truth, you are a creature of feeling who sometimes thinks. The rational explanations you give for your reactions are like trying to describe the sea using only the shape of its foam. For decades, we believed that emotion was the outcome of thought, that we evaluate a situation, process the details, and then react accordingly. But neuroscience has steadily unraveled this illusion, showing that your body begins reacting to emotional stimuli in mere milliseconds. Your amygdala fires, your pulse accelerates, your muscles tense, all before your neocortex, the seat of conscious thought, even knows what has happened. Like a theater where the music starts before the curtain rises, your emotional system cues the experience long before your conscious mind can narrate it. You smile before you realize you're happy. You recoil before you register fear. You blush before your thoughts catch up to shame. Emotion isn't a reaction to thought. Thought is the reaction to emotion. And yet, the illusion of control persists, as if your thoughts were the generals issuing orders to the troops of your nervous system, rather than the reporters arriving late to a battle already underway. The reason this illusion is so seductive is because it offers coherence, dignity, the comforting idea that we are in charge of ourselves, that decisions come from deliberation, that morality arises from reasoning, that identity is shaped by intention. But beneath that comforting narrative lies a more primal truth. We are wired to feel first, to assess the world through a lens of valence, good or bad, safe or dangerous, pleasure or pain. And only after that initial, visceral judgment do we begin to layer on the complexities of rationalization, justification, and meaning. Your brain is not a courtroom weighing evidence before passing emotional judgment. It is a fire alarm that screams before it knows why. This architecture evolved not because it's poetic, but because it's practical. In a dangerous world, feeling fast meant surviving. You don't need to know why the shadow looks like a predator. You just need to run. You don't need to be sure the tone in their voice means aggression. You just need to brace. And so, millions of years later, that ancient machinery still fires beneath the surface of your polished thoughts, launching chemicals and impulses into your bloodstream long before your inner narrator wakes up. You like to believe you were angry because someone disrespected you. But often, the truth is that you felt anger and then searched for a cause that would justify it. You think you chose love for rational reasons, compatibility, shared values, mutual respect. But more often, it began with an unspoken warmth, an intuitive pull, a feeling that preceded any thought you could name. Your thoughts are not the roots of your being, they are the leaves fluttering in the breeze of feeling. This doesn't mean your thoughts are powerless, only that they are secondary. The prefrontal cortex, your seat of logic and planning, can modulate and reshape emotional responses, but only after they've arrived. It is the editor, not the author. And this reshaping is where self-awareness begins. The capacity to recognize that your emotional state came first, that you are not always in conscious command, is not weakness but strength. To notice the rise of anger before it erupts, to trace the origin of sadness before it consumes, to observe fear without collapsing into it. This is the beginning of freedom, but that freedom doesn't come from pretending thought comes first. It comes from honoring the emotional tides and learning to surf them with conscious grace. The brain's emotional circuits, the amygdala, the insula, the limbic system, are not mistakes to be overridden by logic, but signals from your evolutionary inheritance, crafted for a world where fast feelings meant life or death. They still serve a purpose. Even in our abstract, symbol-laden world, we make decisions, in relationships, careers, morality, based on what we feel first. Gut feelings are often predictive tools, honed by pattern recognition systems, too subtle and fast for words. But when we deny that, when we insist that logic alone governs our lives, we create a rift in our understanding of self. We become strangers to our own inner life, mislabeling, misattributing, and misunderstanding our motivations. Worse, in this denial, we become vulnerable to manipulation, to self-deception, to emotional loops we can't escape because we pretend they don't exist. Advertisers, politicians, social engineers, they know the truth. If they can make you feel something, they've already won. Rational debate rarely changes a belief. Emotion does. Facts don't sway the entrenched mind. Empathy does. Your allegiance to an idea is often tied not to its logical coherence, but to the emotional resonance it brings you. And once emotion binds to a thought, it fossilizes it. The more you feel something about a belief, the harder it is to let go. And so, in a world flooded with information, your emotional filters become the gatekeepers of truth. You see what your emotions let you see. You hear what they validate. You ignore what they resist. If you don't understand this, you're not in control of your mind. Your emotions are. But if you do understand this, you gain access to something rare. The ability to pause, to question, to ask, not just what am I thinking, but what am I feeling, and why did it come first? That moment of awareness is not just introspection. It is rebellion against the autopilot, the ancient programming, the unconscious scripts. It is the birth of agency. So the next time you feel a wave rise within you, anger, fear, love, shame, don't rush to explain it. Don't rush to label it as justified or irrational. Just feel it, watch it, trace its edges, and then, only then, bring thought into the room, not as the commander, but as the curious guest. Ask your thought not to control the emotion, but to understand it. This is the dance of consciousness, not dominance but dialogue. The pre-conscious self and the post-conscious narrator, learning to meet each other in the middle. Your emotions will always come first, but your relationship to them, that is where your freedom begins. You are not the voice in your head. You are the awareness listening. You are not the first flame of anger or joy. You are the one who learns how to carry it without burning. In that space between feeling and thought, between reaction and reflection, lies not just your humanity, but your power, the placebo effect. Belief can override biology. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff, blindfolded, with your toes curled around the precipice, and someone whispers in your ear, "You're perfectly safe, there's solid ground in front of you." And though your body trembles, though instinct screams of danger, you step forward and find yourself suspended, not by rope or platform, but by belief alone. And your heart slows, your breath returns to rhythm, and your body adapts to a lie so thoroughly it makes it truth. That is the paradox of the placebo. The mind can convince the flesh of safety, of healing, of transformation, without any physical intervention. It is not deception, it is creation. The placebo effect is not merely a trick played on the gullible or an artifact of mismeasurement. It is a window into the architecture of consciousness, the story engine that underpins our biology, the proof that perception is not separate from the body, but deeply entangled in its chemistry. To believe is not to imagine, it is to embody. And what modern medicine often dismisses as an error, the placebo reveals as a fundamental truth, that the boundary between mind and body is porous, and that expectation, hope, and narrative can rewire the machinery of healing as surely as any molecule. The science behind this is not mystical, it is measurable. Placebos have been shown to trigger real physiological changes. The release of endorphins that dull pain, dopamine that lifts mood, immune responses that fight infection, even observable changes in brain scans where regions responsible for pain, reward, or anxiety behave as if a real drug were at work. Sugar pills have calmed tremors in Parkinson's patients, saline injections have soothed post-surgical pain, sham surgeries have yielded real recovery. In blind trials, patients given inert substances, told they were medicine, have experienced not only perceived improvements, but actual biological shifts. And even when patients are told they are receiving a placebo, the effect sometimes still works, as if the ritual of care itself, the setting of healing, the gentle authority of a white coat and a confident voice, were enough to catalyze the body's inner pharmacy. Belief is not abstract, it is chemistry, it is voltage, it is pattern recognition wielded by the nervous system to predict, adapt, and survive. And so, in a very real sense, the placebo is not the exception. It is the rule made visible. But this leads to a deeper and more unsettling realization. If the mind can heal the body through belief, then how much of our suffering is sustained by the inverse, by nocebo, by dread, by expectation of harm? Studies show that when patients are warned about side effects, they are more likely to experience them. When people believe they are at risk, their bodies prepare for damage. The mind's anticipations become instructions. If belief can override biology, then so can fear. We walk through the world carrying invisible scripts. What we've been told we are, what we expect to feel, what we anticipate will go wrong. And those scripts play out not only in emotion, but in immune response, in hormonal shifts, in physical performance. A child told they are weak may grow with a weaker posture. A patient told they will deteriorate may decline faster. This isn't magic, it's biology shaped by context. The placebo effect doesn't just challenge our understanding of medicine, it demands we rethink the nature of reality itself. Because if our biology can be reshaped by narrative, then reality is no longer objective, it is participatory. The body listens to the story the mind tells, and then acts accordingly. And what is belief, really? It is not a passive acceptance, it is the active co-creation of possibility. When you believe a pill will help you sleep, your mind doesn't wait for evidence. It begins scripting a cascade of changes. It calms the inner chatter, slows the heartbeat, and relaxes the muscles. When you believe you are in the hands of a competent healer, your body begins the work of healing before a scalpel is lifted. The placebo is not merely the absence of medicine, it is the presence of meaning. It works not because there's nothing, but because there's something deeply human at play. The expectation that we can get better, the need to believe we are not helpless, the inner narrative that says change is coming. These narratives do not just comfort us, they mobilize our most ancient systems. And so the placebo stands as a mirror, not to our gullibility, but to our power. It tells us that health is not only chemical, it is also symbolic. That biology is not only reactive, it is interpretive. That the body is not a dumb machine, it is a storyteller, a believer, a translator of intent into tissue. And yet, we live in a culture that distrusts this truth. We elevate the measurable and dismiss the experiential. We scoff at the placebo as a flaw in experimental design, rather than a profound feature of being human. We treat healing as something that comes from the outside in, pills, procedures, interventions, while forgetting that the most powerful changes often begin from the inside out. The decision to believe, the readiness to hope, the courage to expect more. In doing so, we overlook not only a potent mechanism of health, but the very architecture of consciousness itself. Because if the placebo is real, then so is the power of ritual, of care, of trust, of meaning. And that power is not secondary, it is primary. Every culture in history has understood this, from shamans to priests, from ancient healers to modern therapists. The common denominator has always been the human relationship, the transmission of belief, the invocation of hope, the guidance of attention. These are not side effects. They are the essence of healing. So what does this mean for us, practically, ethically, existentially? It means that when we speak to ourselves, to our loved ones, to patients, to strangers, we are not merely exchanging words. We are shaping biology. We are triggering cascades of chemistry and electricity that either constrain or expand what the body believes is possible. We are scripting futures. The placebo effect teaches us that kindness is not just moral, it is medicinal. That confidence is not just persuasive, it is physiological. That belief is not just private, it is contagious. When a doctor walks into a room with certainty, the patient's body listens. When a parent tells a child, "You will be okay," something chemical shifts. When a person facing despair chooses to imagine a better outcome, they are not being naive. They are being neurobiologically active. They are rewriting the script. And in a world increasingly fractured by cynicism, this may be the most radical act we can offer: to believe, against odds, in healing, not as wishful thinking, but as embodied science. In the end, the placebo effect is not about tricking the mind. It is about realizing that the mind was never separate from the body in the first place, that the stories we tell ourselves are not background noise, but central commands. That belief is not a mask over truth, it is a conduit to it, and that inside each of us is not only the capacity to suffer, but the capacity to heal, not through certainty, but through willingness, through the willingness to expect change, to imagine recovery, to engage the symbolic systems of meaning that the body understands more deeply than the intellect ever could. The placebo effect is not the proof that we are easily fooled. It is the proof that we are astonishingly powerful, that a thought, held with enough conviction, can become a chemical, that a story, spoken with enough trust, can become a cell. And that reality, far from being a fixed and objective thing, is something we participate in, shape, and sometimes heal, one belief at a time. Expectation alters perception. Belief changes what you see. Imagine walking into a gallery blindfolded, unaware that the paintings on the walls are blank canvases, and as you remove the cloth from your eyes, a voice gently whispers, "You're standing before a masterpiece." And somehow, mysteriously, powerfully, undeniably, you begin to see it. Rich color bleeding into form, brushstrokes rising from emptiness, depth where there was once nothing but white. And you stand, mesmerized, not because of what is there, but because of what you were told to expect, because of what your mind believes should be there, because your perception, your very window into reality, is not passive, but profoundly shaped by suggestion, by prediction, by hope, by fear, by belief. And as strange as this may sound, it is the bedrock truth of your existence. What you see is not what is, but what you expect to be. From the moment you open your eyes each morning, your brain is not recording reality like a camera. It is hallucinating, with precision, crafting a best guess of the world from incomplete data, drawing outlines before the brush ever dips in paint, filling gaps, correcting shadows, projecting meaning onto chaos. Not out of deception, but out of necessity. You do not see the world as it is. You see the world as you believe it to be. And those beliefs, those internal models, built from experience, culture, language, memory, become the architecture through which perception passes, like light refracted. Through stained glass, each expectation coloring reality long before reality reaches awareness. This is not metaphor, it is neuroscience. The human brain is a prediction engine. It runs on what's known as predictive coding, a framework in which sensory input is not the starting point of perception, but its correction. Your brain continuously generates models of what it expects to encounter and uses sensory data merely to update those models. In this scheme, seeing is not believing, believing is seeing. Visual cortex neurons fire not just in response to stimuli, but in anticipation of them. When you enter a familiar room, your brain does not wait to absorb details. It predicts the layout, the objects, the colors, the textures, and only corrects its assumptions if reality proves them wrong. This is why optical illusions work, not because your eyes fail, but because your brain succeeds too well in projecting what it expects. It is why eyewitness testimonies often contradict each other, because what one sees is shaped by what one believes. It is why placebos can heal, why fear can heighten pain, why confidence can sharpen vision. Every thought you hold about the world feeds into this system, becoming a lens through which information is filtered. Even before light reaches your conscious mind, it passes through layers of neural inference, layered assumptions shaped by context and history. You are not a passive receiver of reality, you are an active co-creator of it. But this co-creation comes with profound consequences. If perception is shaped by expectation, then the world you live in is partly a construction of your beliefs. Two people can stand in the same room, look at the same person, hear the same words, and come away with entirely different realities, not because of subjectivity, but because of neurobiology. Their brains filled in the blanks differently. One expected kindness and saw warmth. The other expected hostility and saw threat. One looked for beauty and found it. The other braced for disappointment and found fault. This is why prejudice is so insidious. It's not just a thought, it's a lens that alters vision. This is why trauma echoes in perception. When you've been hurt before, your brain predicts harm and begins to see it even where none exists. This is why hope is powerful, not as fantasy, but as a tool of perception that primes the brain to see possibilities instead of walls. Your beliefs are not stored in a vault. They are alive in every moment of awareness, sculpting your sense of color, sound, motion, time, and self. You may believe you are seeing the world directly, but you are not. You are seeing through the filter of yourself, and the more rigid your expectations, the less flexible your perception becomes. Expectation doesn't just affect what you see, it reshapes how you experience the body, time, memory, even the self. Studies in cognitive psychology have shown that when people expect pain, they experience more of it, and when they expect relief, they need less medication. The brain anticipates the future and modifies the body in advance. Time, too, bends to belief. A long wait feels shorter if you expect it to end soon. A joyful moment feels faster because you didn't want it to end. Memory, likewise, is altered, not only by what you lived, but by what you believed you lived. The self, your very identity, is an ever-updating model of expectation. Who you think you are becomes who you act as, which reinforces who you continue to believe you are. This is why therapy works, not merely because of insight, but because changing beliefs changes perception, and perception changes reality. When a person begins to expect safety, they begin to feel it. When they expect they have value, they start and seeing proof. It is not illusion, it is feedback. The mind is not separated from the world, it is the interpreter of it. And the interpreter is never neutral. This leads to a deeper philosophical reckoning. If perception is expectation-driven, then reality itself becomes slippery, not in the physical sense, but in the experiential one. There may be an objective world out there, but what you experience is a subjective rendering sculpted by your beliefs. This doesn't mean truth is relative, but it does mean access to truth is filtered. This is why humans can look up at the same sky and see different gods, why we can read the same book and feel opposing messages, Why we can live through the same event and walk away with different stories. The brain does not deliver raw reality. It delivers processed meaning. It edits, distorts, simplifies, expands. It builds coherence out of chaos by leaning on expectations. The danger here is not in this mechanism itself. After all, without it, we would be paralyzed by sensory overload, but in our ignorance of it. When we believe we see the world as it is, we become blind to how much of it we're inventing. When we forget that belief shapes perception, we confuse our assumptions with evidence. We stop listening, we stop updating, we stop growing. Yet, this same system that distorts can also liberate. If your beliefs shape perception, then by changing your beliefs, you can change your experience of reality. This is not magic, it's neuroplasticity. The brain is not fixed, it learns, it adapts, it rewrites its predictions based on feedback. When you learn to expect kindness, your brain becomes more sensitive to cues of warmth. When you practice gratitude, your mind becomes better at noticing blessings. When you challenge negative narratives, your perception of the world softens. You begin to see possibility instead of doom, connection instead of threat, light instead of shadow. This is the path of cognitive reappraisal, of meditation, of spiritual transformation. It is not about pretending, it is about retuning the prediction engine to better match reality, or, perhaps more radically, to create a better one. In this light, belief becomes a responsibility. You are not just a victim of circumstance, you are a participant in perception. You are not just seeing, you are shaping what is seen. The implications ripple outward. In relationships, expectation molds intimacy. If you expect to be hurt, you brace, you close, and your partner may feel rejected and fulfill your fear. If you expect love, you open, you risk, you invite safety, and love may grow. In society, expectation drives culture. If a group expects success, it builds institutions that reflect that belief. If a group expects failure, it may fulfill it. In medicine, expectation heals or harms. In politics, expectation polarizes or unites. Even in science, the expectations of the observer can subtly influence outcomes. The observer effect is not just quantum, it is human. What you expect to find changes what you find. What you believe shapes what you see. What you anticipate becomes the script for perception. You are not just navigating the world, you are constantly rewriting it as you go. And so, the challenge is not to strip away all expectation, this would be impossible, but to become aware of it, to hold belief as flexible, to ask, what am I expecting right now? What lens am I wearing? This act of metacognition, thinking about your thinking, is the beginning of freedom. When you notice your assumptions, you can soften them. When you realize your fear is coloring the world, you can breathe. When you understand your hope is not naive, but necessary, you can strengthen it. Awareness does not eliminate distortion, but it makes distortion transparent. And in that transparency, you reclaim agency. You begin to see not just what the world is, but what it could be. You begin to participate in perception with more humility, more courage, more creativity. You become less a prisoner of your beliefs, and more a steward of them. Expectation alters perception, but that is not a flaw, it is a gift. It means we are not condemned to see the world through the wounds of our past, but capable of seeing it through the wisdom of our becoming. It means that perception is not the end of reality, but the beginning of possibility. It means that belief, far from being irrational, is foundational, not as a shield against truth, but as a bridge to it. In the end, your vision is not what your eyes deliver, it is what your mind allows. And your mind, complex and miraculous, is always listening to your doubts, to your dreams, to the quiet expectations that shape your world before you even open your eyes. The illusion of control. Feeling in charge when you're not. Imagine holding the reins of a galloping horse, its muscles twitching beneath your grip, hooves pounding against the earth like a primal drumbeat. dust rising around you in swirls of chaos. And as the wind slices across your face, you believe with absolute certainty that you are guiding the beast, that your tug on the reins is dictating its path, that your intention is what powers its charge. But what if you let go of the reins and nothing changed? What if the horse kept running exactly as before, obeying instincts, patterns, rhythms long established, and your hands, once thought sovereign, were merely decorative, comforting, theatrical, a symbolic interface for a creature that never needed your guidance to begin with? And what if that horse was your mind, your thoughts, your actions, your decisions, barreling forward through life with the illusion of a rider in control, while beneath the surface it follows scripts, reflexes, biases, and subconscious triggers with a precision you could never consciously replicate? And yet, you still believe in your authorship, in your control, in your dominion over the chaos within, because to admit otherwise would be to dismantle the very idea of selfhood you've clung to since childhood, that comforting narrative that tells you you are the one choosing, when in truth choices often arise fully formed, like bubbles, breaking the surface of a pond, and your awareness is not their source, but their spotlight, arriving just in time to announce their presence and claim them as your own. And this isn't some poetic conjecture, but a reflection of what neuroscience, psychology, and behavioral economics have revealed time and again. That much of what we do is driven by unconscious processes, by heuristics and automatic responses, fine-tuned by evolution, experience, and environment, and that the conscious mind, the self that watches, narrates, and justifies, is more like a press secretary than a president, explaining decisions it didn't make with confidence it didn't earn, maintaining the facade of command so that the architecture of our identity doesn't collapse under the weight of uncertainty. Because to question our control is to question our morality, our pride, our responsibility. And yet, without confronting this illusion, we remain blind to the deeper mechanisms that truly drive us. And worse, we remain manipulable by ourselves, by others, by systems that know how easily we can be nudged into choices that feel free but are anything but. The illusion of control is not just a cognitive glitch, it's a psychological necessity, baked into the architecture of our brains like the scaffolding of a cathedral we were born inside, never realizing the frame was there. And in experiments across decades, from the classic studies of button pressing, in Libet's lab to modern trials involving choice prediction through fMRI, time and again, we see that the brain initiates actions before we become aware of them, milliseconds, seconds, even longer. And yet, after the fact, we construct explanations, believing we chose when in fact we only observed, believing we willed when in fact we merely witnessed. And this backward causality, where intention follows action, is not a rare exception, but a pervasive norm, extending into everything from our emotional reactions to our political beliefs, our social judgments, to our consumer habits, where we believe we like something and then discover it's because we've been subtly primed, where we believe we're objective and later learn our framing was skewed. And all the while, the illusion of control whispers reassurance. This was your choice, when in truth it was a conditioned response, an inherited preference, or the outcome of a context we failed to notice. And the danger here is not simply that we're wrong, but that we double down on the feeling of being right, defending illusions because they feel like truths, reinforcing narratives because they preserve identity. And in doing so, we become prisoners of our own coherence, shackled by a need to believe we're steering when we're really drifting, mistaking the sensation of control for its reality, like a child turning a toy wheel in the back seat, convinced they're driving the car because the motion feels real, and the adults haven't told them otherwise. But why would evolution grant us such a potent illusion? The answer, paradoxically, is that it works. That believing we are in control improves learning, promotes agency, and encourages exploration, even if the control itself is partial, distributed, or delayed. And this is where the illusion becomes both a blessing and a burden. It empowers us to act with confidence, to invest effort, to resist despair, and yet it also blinds us to systemic influences, makes us overestimate our abilities, and leads us to blame or credit ourselves in ways that are misaligned with the actual causes of events, like athletes who believe their lucky socks determine the game, or gamblers who believe their hand gestures influence the dice, or managers who believe every team's success is the result of their leadership, never realizing how much was shaped by timing, context, and luck. And this isn't a flaw of intellect, but of architecture. Our minds were not built for perfect introspection, but for survival, and the illusion of control may have been more adaptive than its absence, especially in uncertain environments where confidence led to action, and action led to opportunity. But today, in complex systems with invisible feedback loops and delayed consequences, the illusion can betray us, making us cling to outdated models of agency in a world that requires humility, adaptation, and awareness of our cognitive blind spots. And so the question becomes, can we acknowledge the illusion without collapsing under its implications? Can we admit that we're not fully in charge and still find meaning, direction, and responsibility within that uncertainty? To answer that, we must reframe what control truly means, not as dominance over every thought or behavior, but as influence over patterns, as stewardship of systems, as the capacity to shape probabilities rather than dictate certainties. And, in this light, the illusion of control becomes less of a deception and more of a mislabeling, not falsehood, but oversimplification. And once we accept that, we can begin to train our minds in ways that respect their true architecture, not by demanding total conscious authorship, but by cultivating environments, habits, and relationships that reinforce the kinds of automatic behaviors we want to arise before awareness even kicks in. And in this way, we move from being frustrated narrators to intentional gardeners, understanding that our choices are not sparks in the dark, but flowers in a field we've been planting for years. And this shift doesn't eliminate agency. It refines it, anchoring it not in the moment of decision, but in the accumulation of pattern, in the feedback loops we nurture, in the stories we choose to tell about what kind of person we are and want to become. And here, amidst the fog of uncertainty, we find a clearer light. The power not to control everything, but to shape what emerges. So the next time you feel in charge of a situation, of a thought, of a relationship, pause and ask, what led to this moment? What invisible forces nudged you? What assumptions did you inherit? What fears are framing your perception? And when you can no longer find a single thread of authorship, when your sense of control dissolves like mist in sunlight, don't panic, because that's not the end of agency, but the beginning of insight, the moment where the hand on the reins loosens not out of surrender, but out of clarity. And in that clarity, a deeper kind of control emerges, not over every movement, but over the direction of your becoming. Not in the force of your grip, but in the wisdom to know when to guide, when to let go, and when to simply witness with open eyes and a patient heart. Knowing that you may not steer the horse, but you can train the rider, shape the terrain, and choose the destination even if the path surprises you, and in that there is power, quiet, humble, and real. Your brain fills in blind spots without you noticing. Imagine walking through an ancient library so vast that its corridors stretch beyond the limits of sight. A cathedral of knowledge built not by hands, but by perception, where each book is not written in ink but in flashes of light, neurons firing like script across the page. And yet, as you move through its halls, you notice something strange. There are shelves missing, entire sections blank, corridors that should be there based on symmetry but simply are not. And in their place, your mind, the master architect, creates illusionary rooms, constructs fictional books, paints details where none exist, all so seamlessly, so confidently, that you never once suspect you're walking through a reality designed not for truth but for comfort. This is your brain, and this is what it does with your world. Not just the world outside, but the inner universe you trust as yourself. Because contrary to how we feel as we move through life, we are not cameras recording objective reality, nor are we neutral observers cataloguing the raw data of existence. We are interpreters, translators, guessers, illusionists. The architecture of our perception is a house built on sand, crafted from fragments, filled with inference, stabilized not by certainty, but by storytelling. The world you see, the identity you inhabit, the memories you trust, these are mosaics constructed from incomplete input, and yet they feel unshakably real because the mind's deepest priority is not fidelity to the world, but coherence within itself. Take, for example, the blind spot in your eye, that tiny portion of your retina where no photoreceptors exist, where the optic nerve exits and light cannot be received. This should be a gap in your visual field, a black hole in perception. But you don't see it, not because it isn't there, but because your brain fills in the blank with surrounding information, fabricating details, painting in the illusion of continuity. It invents color, pattern, shape, whatever it must, to preserve the experience of seamlessness. You don't question it, you don't notice it, you see what you expect to see, not what is truly there. And this is not a minor trick. This is not some optical footnote. It is a revelation of principle, because the blind spot isn't an anomaly, it's the rule. Your entire experience of reality is riddled with blind spots. In sight, in memory, in time, in logic, in language, in identity. And your brain doesn't simply leave these unknowns as question marks. It fills them, aggressively, habitually, unconsciously, with guesses, with edits, with past information, emotional coloring, social narrative, and personal bias. It stitches together the sensory and the symbolic, the factual and the fabricated, into a story. A plausible one, a functional one, but not necessarily a true one. And herein lies the core of the illusion. You walk through your day believing that you are perceiving what is real, that your experiences map directly onto an external world, that your memories are accurate, that your reactions are rational. But beneath that surface confidence lies a machinery of inference, an invisible script writing engine that is constantly rewriting the details to match your expectations. When a picture frame moves and you don't notice, it's not that your eyes failed, it's that your brain deemed it unimportant and maintained the illusion of continuity. When you recall a childhood event vividly, down to the color of the wallpaper and the tone of someone's voice, chances are that memory is a reconstruction, a blend of real sensory data, emotional residue, second-hand stories, cultural cues, and the inevitable erosion of time. This process extends beyond the visual and into the abstract. When you try to recall a conversation and assign motive to someone's words, or when you piece together your career path, or when you tell someone who you are and what you stand for, these are not recollections of fixed truths, but edited tapestries woven from partial threads. You are a narrative organism. Your brain, like a skilled novelist, fills in gaps not to deceive, but to maintain the illusion of character, plot, and theme. And so you live as the protagonist in a carefully constructed fiction, cohesive, meaningful, and convincing, not because it's real, but because your biology needs it to feel real. This does not make you flawed, it makes you human. Every assumption, every snap judgment, every cognitive shortcut is a feature, not a bug. Evolutionary adaptations designed to help you survive in a world of overwhelming stimuli and limited processing time. The brain is not lazy, it is efficient. It compresses, filters, prioritizes, assumes. And in doing so, it protects your fragile sense of identity from being shattered by contradiction or flooded by ambiguity. It is not designed for truth. It is designed for survival. And survival requires stability, even if that stability is constructed from illusion. But illusions have consequences. When the mind mistakes its guesses for certainties, when it clings to coherence at the expense of truth, it becomes blind to its own blindness. It begins to defend the fiction rather than investigate the fact. It refuses to revise, to update, to question. This is why we lash out at cognitive dissonance. This is why we dismiss evidence that challenges our worldview. This is why, even when confronted with undeniable proof that we were wrong about a memory, a belief, a perception, we often double down, because the alternative is chaos, and the mind would rather be wrong and stable than right and destabilized. Yet, Within this machinery of illusion lies an unexpected gift, the capacity for reflection. Because if the self is constructed, stitched together from inference and interpretation, then it can be reconstructed. If the world we perceive is shaped by blind spots, then those very gaps can become portals for change. Every crack in the illusion is a potential opening for deeper understanding. Every moment of doubt is a signal that the system is flexible, that the fiction is editable, that the author is still at work. And so, the invitation is not to despair at the illusion, but to dance with it, to become aware of where the seams have been sown, to hold certainty loosely, to treat your perceptions not as absolutes, but as hypotheses, to treat yourself not as a finished manuscript, but as a draft in progress. Because when you do, something remarkable happens. The illusion becomes transparent, not gone, but visible. And through that visibility comes humility, and through humility, growth. In that moment, you may realize that your blind spots are not just limitations, but invitations, that they are not flaws to be ashamed of, but mysteries to be explored, that the unknown is not a void, but a canvas, and that every assumption you release, every belief you examine, every illusion you dare to name, makes space for something more honest, more open, more alive. Because in the end, the tragedy is not that we live in a hallucination. The tragedy is when we forget that we do. And the beauty is not in discovering some final objective truth. It is in the willingness to see how much of what we call truth has always been shaped by what we've been willing to question. You are not your certainty. You are your curiosity. And reality is not the sum of what you see. It is the frontier of what you're brave enough to imagine differently. So, walk through your library. Notice what's missing. Name what's assumed. Trace the seams in your stories, and in the spaces where symmetry fails, where silence hums, where light does not yet fall, look closely. There, in the blind spot, is where understanding begins. You ignore 99% of sensory input. Attention is a filter. Imagine standing in the middle of a vast concert hall, not just any hall, but one engineered to capture every whisper of the universe, with walls of obsidian glass that resonate to frequencies both above and below the range of hearing. With air so still, you could hear the wings of a fly a mile away, with instruments tuned not to music but to existence itself. And yet, despite this cathedral of sensation, you're handed a pair of headphones connected to a small, flickering radio that only picks up one station. And the rest, the glorious cacophony of cosmic information, is tuned out, faded into oblivion, as if it never existed at all. This is your mind, this is your attention, and this is the grand paradox of consciousness. That while the universe bathes us in an infinite storm of sensory data, from the heat radiating off the walls to the minute shift in air pressure as someone exhales nearby, from the microtextures beneath your fingertips to the hum of distant electricity, your brain chooses to let in only a whisper, a flicker, a fraction of what's truly there, not because it's broken, but because to survive, to think, to even hold a thought in place, it must ignore almost everything. And in this act of ignorance, in this profound filtering of the real, reality as you know it is born, not as a faithful mirror of the world, but as a curated illusion sculpted by what you pay attention to, and, more critically, by what you don't. Imagine walking through a city where you only see in front of you, not because your eyes lack peripheral vision, but because your brain has decided that the sides, the rustle of a flyer, the twitch of a stranger's brow, the color of the sky are irrelevant, and so they vanish from your awareness like ghosts never summoned, and now expand this idea. Every second, your eyes take in over 10 million bits of information. Your skin senses pressure, texture, temperature. Your ears catch vibrations across dozens of frequencies. Your nose absorbs molecules carrying stories of decay, growth, danger, delight. And yet, all of this is funneled down through a bottleneck of attention, and you consciously perceive perhaps 40 bits, less than 1,000th of 1%, meaning that your experience of the world, of being alive, of walking, breathing, loving, fearing, thinking, is not built on the whole truth, but on a sliver, a shard, a whisper wrapped in meaning, and the rest is discarded not maliciously, but efficiently, because your brain is not a mirror, it's a spotlight, a sculptor carving structure from chaos, and what it filters out may be more real than what it allows in, which raises a terrifying and liberating question. What does it mean to trust your perception when your perception is, by design, almost entirely blind? And here we dive deeper. Because attention isn't just a switch, it's a battleground shaped by evolution, by survival, by emotion, by belief, by fear. Attention is not neutral, it's biased, reactive, fragile, and often hijacked, drawn, not to what's important, but to what's loud, not to what's meaningful, but to what's novel, flashing, dangerous, desirable, which is why you can drive 10 kilometers and not remember a second of the road, why you can lose your keys even though you looked right at them, why you can live beside someone for years and still not see their pain. Because the brain spotlight does not guarantee truth. It guarantees focus, and focus is limited, narrow, constructed, and often wrong. And what does that mean for memory, for identity, for morality? If you only see what you attend to, and you attend to what you emotionally tag as important, and those emotional tags are shaped by your past, by your traumas, by your culture, by your expectations, then aren't you simply building the present on a selective reading of the past, reinforcing the same stories over and over again, blind not just to the world, but to the fact that you are blind? Think of arguments, how two people can witness the same event and remember entirely different things, not because they're lying, but because attention filtered their experience differently. Think of love, how a glance can become a universe because your attention floods it with meaning. Think of trauma, how one sound, one smell can hijack attention so completely that the present dissolves into a past that refuses to die. Attention is not just what you see, it is what you feel, what you become, what you miss. And the terrifying beauty is this: if attention shapes reality, then changing what you attend to can change reality itself, not by magic, but by recalibrating which sliver of the universe you allow into your conscious mind, which means that mindfulness is not a spiritual luxury, but a biological rebellion against your default filtering system, a way of prying open the aperture of awareness just wide enough to glimpse the things you've trained yourself to miss. The texture of silence, the emotion in a stranger's posture, the tension in your own breath, and perhaps in doing so, you catch a fleeting glimpse of the world, not as it is, but as it always was, before attention carved it into a narrative that fit your fragile sense of self. And so we come to the crux. Attention is not passive, it's generative. It doesn't just select reality, it builds it. And the question becomes, who controls your filter? Is it you, through conscious effort, or is it algorithms, culture, fear, habit? Do you spend your days attending to conflict, doom, drama, and distraction, not because you want to, but because your attention was trained to seek what's threatening? And if so, what kind of world have you built inside yourself? You ignore 99% of sensory input, yes, but not randomly. You ignore based on patterns, and those patterns become your perception, and that perception becomes your beliefs, and those beliefs become your actions, and those actions build your reality, which means attention is not just a filter. It is the lens of existence, and if you do not master it, it will master you. So next time you sit in a room and feel bored, look closer. There are thousands of sensations occurring at once. Light bouncing off a wall, the fabric of your clothes shifting with breath, the quiet hum of electricity, the micro-expressions of your own face in reflection. And if you can widen your focus, even briefly, you may discover that the universe is always singing. You've just trained yourself to hear a single note, and perhaps, just perhaps, the symphony of reality has been playing all along, waiting for your attention to rise above the noise. The spotlight effect. You think people notice you more than they do. Imagine standing alone on a dimly lit stage, the audience hidden in darkness, yet you feel their gaze burning through you. Every breath you take, every tremble in your fingers, every falter in your voice, you believe it's being watched, dissected, remembered. You convince yourself they've noticed the wrinkle in your shirt, the stutter in your sentence, the misstep in your timing. But what if that spotlight you feel so intensely isn't real? What if, in truth, the audience isn't even looking? This is the illusion at the heart of the spotlight effect, a psychological bias that convinces us we are far more observed and scrutinized than we actually are. The mind, in its ceaseless search for self-definition, mistakes attention for existence. It whispers, "You are what people see," and thus it fabricates a world where perception is currency, and every misstep feels like a public failure. From adolescence to adulthood, this mental distortion quietly shapes how we move through the world, how we dress, how we speak, how we behave, driven not by truth, but by an imagined audience always watching, always judging. Yet reality is less theatrical than we fear. Studies in cognitive psychology reveal that others rarely notice our mistakes, our wardrobe, or even our presence with the same intensity we attribute to them. This discrepancy between perceived attention and actual attention is not just a social miscalculation, it's a window into the fragile architecture of self-awareness. The human brain, limited in its capacity to model the minds of others, defaults to egocentrism, not out of arrogance, but efficiency. It uses the self as a reference point, and in doing so, assumes that what we feel internally is mirrored externally. When we spill coffee on our shirt or mispronounce a word, we feel it echo inside us with such volume that we presume it must echo outside too. But in truth, the world is distracted, preoccupied, mostly thinking about itself. Everyone is the protagonist in their own mental movie, and we are, at best, background extras in most scenes. The irony is striking. While we fear being watched, others are often too busy fearing the same thing. The spotlight effect becomes a hall of mirrors, each person projecting their own imagined scrutiny, creating a feedback loop of silent self-consciousness. It's a dance of invisible eyes, where no one is really watching, but everyone acts as if they are. This illusion has evolutionary roots. Our ancestors needed to be sensitive to social standing, to shame, to tribal perception, because rejection could mean exile or death. But in modern society, this primal sensitivity has outlived its usefulness. It now manifests as anxiety in classrooms, hesitation in conversations, and overthinking long after the moment has passed. We replay interactions in our heads, dissecting how we came across, convinced others are doing the same. But they're not. They've moved on. The mind, however, hasn't. It clings to perceived failures because it believes those failures define us. And in doing so, it builds an internal narrative full of imagined judgment. Yet what if we challenge that narrative? What if we recognize that most people are more consumed with themselves than they are with us? This awareness isn't about detachment. It's about liberation. It's realizing that the spotlight isn't fixed on us, but moves constantly, and often isn't turned on at all. We fear exposure, but we are far more invisible than we think. This isn't a tragedy, it's a gift, because in that invisibility lies freedom. Freedom to fail, to grow, to speak without overthinking, to walk into a room without believing we must justify our presence. When you truly grasp the spotlight effect, you begin to notice its fingerprints everywhere. You see it in the teenager afraid to raise their hand, in the adult rehearsing small talk before a meeting, in the person who skips the gym for fear of looking inexperienced. And you see it in yourself, in those quiet moments of hesitation that are built not on actual judgment, but on the illusion of it. Even the concept of embarrassment loses power when you realize how little people truly notice. Most of what you obsess over, others forget within moments, if they ever saw it at all. The spotlight effect is a distortion of salience. We remember our own actions vividly, so we assume others must too, but they don't. Their spotlight is aimed elsewhere, at their own insecurities, their own imagined observers. This mutual blindness, once seen clearly, is oddly comforting. It means we're all stumbling through life trying not to be seen, while fearing we're being seen too much. And in that shared vulnerability, there is connection, because to recognize the spotlight effect in ourselves is to recognize it in others. And that recognition breeds empathy. We soften our judgments, not just of others, but of ourselves. We let go of perfection, because we realize no one is paying attention long enough to demand it. The world is not an audience. It is a collection of soliloquies performed to mostly empty seats. And that's okay, because when you let go of the imagined spotlight, you step into something far more powerful. Authenticity. You speak because you want to, not because you want to be heard. You try because it matters to you, not because someone is watching. And in that space, growth becomes possible. Confidence is no longer performative. It becomes quiet, grounded, real. The stage fades, the light dims. And in the soft darkness, you find yourself, not the version sculpted by imaginary eyes, but the one who exists when no one is looking. That person is not defined by attention, but by intention. And that is where the illusion ends, and reality begins. Because the truth is not that people don't notice you. The truth is that they're noticing themselves. And once you realize that, you are free. Not from the world, but from the need to perform for it. Your sense of time can stretch or shrink, depending on emotion. Imagine you're hanging from a ledge, your fingers clawing at the rough stone, your heartbeat pounding like war drums in your ears, and in that single, suspended moment, before you fall or are pulled to safety, time does something strange. It elongates. Seconds become minutes. Details sharpen. You remember the color of the stone, the sweat on your brow, the cry that never fully left your throat, and then imagine another moment. Hours lost in a conversation with someone you love, where laughter dances effortlessly and comfort wraps around you like a warm blanket. And when it ends, you blink and wonder where the day went. In one case, time stretches. In the other, it collapses. But the clock hasn't changed. You have. This is the unspoken malleability of time. Not time as measured by atomic vibrations or orbiting celestial bodies, but felt time, subjective time, the lived, rhythm that pulses beneath experience itself. Your brain does not perceive time like a metronome. It does not tick with cold mechanical consistency. Instead, it shapes time like clay, bending it around the emotional gravity of the moment, compressing it under joy, stretching it beneath terror, warping it into something deeply personal and fundamentally unreal. Time, in this light, is not a river we float upon. It is a mirror that distorts based on what we feel. From the earliest stages of childhood, before we learn to read clocks or understand calendars, we experience time not in minutes or hours, but in impressions. Waiting for a parent to return feels like an eternity. A single night before a birthday stretches on forever. Yet years pass in adulthood with frightening speed. And at the core of this lies emotion, the invisible architect of our internal chronology. Neuroscientific research reveals that high arousal states, fear, excitement, panic, flood the brain with neurotransmitters like dopamine and norepinephrine, which in turn amplify sensory processing. In those moments, the brain takes in more information per second, encoding more memories, laying down richer sensory detail. And because memory density affects how long a moment feels in retrospect, emotionally intense events seem to last longer. The cliché about time slowing down during a car crash isn't just metaphorical. It reflects a real shift in temporal processing. Conversely, in moments of calm, contentment, or boredom, fewer unique memories are created. Time, in memory, becomes a blank stretch, sparsely populated, and thus feels shorter in hindsight. This creates a paradox. The more alive you feel in the moment, the longer that moment seems when you look back. But in the moment itself, it may feel like it's racing by. Think of how time behaves in grief. A week after a loss can feel like a lifetime, each minute thick with emotional weight, each day marked by sharp detail. But in trauma's aftermath, time can fracture altogether. Some survivors report months that feel compressed into fog, while others experience singular moments that refuse to end. Depression slows time's tread, turning minutes into hours, while anxiety accelerates it, making hours vanish in cycles of rumination and unease. And then there's awe, the kind of emotional vastness that arrives when you stand before a glacier or gaze into the Milky Way. Awe dilates time because it forces the brain to process scale, novelty, and self-relevance all at once. It humbles the ego and stretches perception outward, which is why even short experiences of wonder can feel timeless. But this malleability isn't merely a curiosity, it shapes how we live, what we remember, how we suffer, and how we find meaning. Consider aging. As children, each year feels expansive because everything is new. Firsts dominate. First steps, first friends, first heartbreaks. Novelty floods the brain with detail, and time feels abundant. But adulthood is often a repetition of routines. Commutes, meals, conversations. Patterns so familiar the brain stops encoding them fully. Memory becomes sparse, and time accelerates. That's why decades can feel like a blink in later life. The solution isn't to chase adrenaline, but to reclaim novelty, to do things differently, to notice more. Because awareness itself slows time. Mindfulness, for example, is less about peace and more about presence, an active noticing of each moment that creates density in experience. A single minute of deliberate breath can feel longer than an hour of distraction. Emotionally charged memories not only stretch time, they define it. A single heartbreak can dominate the memory of an entire year. A brief conversation can shape how you view a decade. The timeline of your life, as your brain understands it, is not linear. It's emotional. Peaks and valleys. Moments of pain or beauty that loom large, casting shadows over everything around them. In this sense, we live in emotional time, not chronological time. Our inner calendar is not organized by dates, but by impact. Even culture reflects this. Some languages have multiple words for time, one for clock time, one for experience time. In Japanese, ma refers to the meaningful silence between sounds, a temporal pause filled with emotion and presence. In Greek, there is chronos, the sequential tick of time, and kairos, the opportune moment, the sacred now. These aren't just linguistic quirks. They reflect a human truth, that not all time is equal. A second can be everything or nothing, depending on how you feel. Modern life, however, conspires to flatten time. Technology compresses experience into notifications, scrolls, loops. We binge-watch days into hours, fast-forwarding through life without the texture of boredom or reflection. Yet boredom is essential. It's the counterweight that gives emotion its power. Without slow time, fast time loses meaning. And when you erase boredom entirely, time becomes slippery, insubstantial. We lose track not just of the day, but of ourselves within it. But time is not the enemy. Emotion is not the distortion. They are mirrors of each other. When you feel deeply, you distort time. But in doing so, you also become more alive. To love is to stretch a moment into forever. To fear is to freeze it into unbearable clarity. To lose is to fracture it. To heal is to stitch it back together. And to live, to really live, is to accept that time is never fixed, that your experience of it will always be a dance between the outer world and your inner one. We try to control time with calendars and clocks, but time is not something you manage. It's something you feel. And if you want to feel it fully, you must let it breathe through emotion. Let it stretch when life overwhelms you. Let it collapse when joy carries you. Let it warp in grief, in love, in wonder. Because in those distortions lie the only moments that truly matter. They are the folds in time where you are most human. And perhaps that is the deepest truth of all, that time is not a force that carries us forward, but a canvas that emotion paints upon. It is not objective, it is intimate. Not linear, it is layered. and every second you've ever lived has been shaped, not by the ticking of a clock, but by the beating of your heart. You can feel ownership over a fake body part. Imagine sitting in a quiet room, your real hand hidden beneath a table, while a rubber hand, lifeless, artificial, completely separate from your body, is placed in front of you. You watch, at first with amusement, as a researcher strokes both the rubber hand and your hidden hand in perfect synchrony. The touch feels real, but something strange begins to happen. Your mind starts to blur the boundary between what is seen and what is felt. A creeping sense of confusion emerges, then something far more unsettling. You begin to feel that the rubber hand is yours, not metaphorically, not imaginatively, but viscerally. You flinch when it's threatened. You feel touch where no touch exists. And just like that, the brain, this miraculous, fallible architect, rewrites your body's blueprint. This is the rubber hand illusion, one of the most hauntingly simple experiments in neuroscience and one of the most profound. It doesn't just reveal a quirk of perception, it exposes the fragile construction of self, the illusion of ownership, and the unsettling possibility that your body isn't who you are. It's merely who you think you are. The brain's sense of body ownership, its ability to identify what is me and what is not me, is not fixed or absolute. It is a constantly negotiated agreement between sight, touch, proprioception, and belief. Under the right conditions, the brain will accept the unacceptable, a rubber hand, a virtual limb, even a shadow. The illusion occurs because the brain relies on correlation over truth. If visual input and tactile sensation arrive in sync, the brain assumes they come from the same source. In that assumption lies identity, what you see being touched and what you feel being touched. If they match, they merge. The boundary between me and not me dissolves, and in that dissolution lies one of the greatest paradoxes of consciousness. Your body, the most intimate thing you know, can be hacked by nothing more than illusion. But the implications go far beyond a trick of the senses. They crack open the mystery of what it means to inhabit a self. Because if you can be made to feel that a rubber hand is yours, what else might the brain falsely adopt? And if ownership is that malleable, is the self even real, or just a narrative constructed by the brain to maintain continuity, agency, and control? The answer may be more disquieting than comfortable. Neuroscience shows us that the self is not located in any one part of the brain, but emerges from a network of functions: interoception, motor control, memory, prediction. You are not a fixed entity, but a story being told moment by moment, and this story is deeply vulnerable to manipulation. Take full-body illusions, where participants can be made to feel as though they are located outside their own body, even floating above it. These aren't hallucinations, they are measurable shifts in body ownership caused by the brain syncing visual and tactile input in altered ways. Or consider the phenomenon of phantom limbs, where amputees continue to feel pain, temperature, or itchiness in a limb that no longer exists. The brain's map of the body, its internal representation, is not updated as quickly or completely as the body itself. It clings to what it once owned. This map, called the body schema, is more real to the brain than the physical body. It is this schema that illusions target and reshape. And because that map is flexible, so is your sense of reality. But this flexibility is not just a glitch, it is a feature, a survival mechanism. The brain's plasticity allows it to adapt to injury, to prosthetics, to new environments. It lets stroke survivors retrain movement. It helps people with artificial limbs regain function. But with this plasticity comes vulnerability. The same openness that allows adaptation also allows deception. Virtual reality developers now use these illusions to deepen immersion, letting users feel they are a character in a digital world. In some experiments, people develop emotional connections to avatars whose hands are not their own, whose bodies look nothing like them, yet feel as themselves. Soldiers in remote warfare pilot drones with such immersion that they develop phantom limb sensations from machines thousands of miles away. The boundary between user and tool becomes psychological, skin. This raises philosophical questions older than neuroscience. What defines the self? Is it bounded by the skin, the brain, the mind? If ownership over body parts can be transferred, then perhaps ownership over identity is just as fluid. Culture tells us we are whole, indivisible selves. But science shows us we are assembled, maintained through feedback loops of sensation and interpretation. The self is not a fortress. It is a tent held up by poles of perception that can be shifted, bent, or broken. And here lies the emotional core of this realization. If your sense of self is negotiable, then so is your sense of safety, of integrity. People with body integrity identity disorder, for example, feel as though certain limbs are not theirs. Not metaphorically, but neurologically. They report disowning parts of their own body, not out of hatred or trauma, but because their internal map does not match their physical form. The same machinery that accepts a rubber hand can reject a real one. Identity, it turns out, is not about truth. It's about coherence. And when that coherence breaks, the sense of me collapses with it. But this fragility is also a kind of freedom. If the self is constructed, then it can be reconstructed. Survivors of trauma often report feeling disconnected from their bodies, a psychological form of disownership. But through therapy, mindfulness, and somatic practices, many slowly reclaim their bodies, their identities, their agency. The same flexibility that allows illusion also allows healing. The body, and our ownership of it, is not static. It is dynamic, responsive to how we treat it, what we believe about it, and how we inhabit it. And perhaps this is what the rubber hand truly reveals. Not just that the brain can be fooled, but that the self is something we participate in. It's not given, it's built. It's sculpted not only by neurons and sensations, but by attention, context, story. When you feel ownership over a fake hand, it's not because your brain is broken. It's because it's doing what it always does, building a version of reality that allows you to act, to survive, to be. It connects inputs into outputs, sensations into meaning. And in doing so, it sometimes gets it wrong. But more often, it gets it good enough. That phrase, good enough, is the foundation of conscious experience. The brain does not need perfect accuracy. It needs coherence, usability, continuity. And if that means adopting a rubber hand, so be it. If that means projecting presence into a machine, it will. If that means clinging to a phantom, it won't. Let go. Because the alternative is fragmentation, a shattering of the self into chaos. The brain would rather be wrong and whole than accurate and broken. So where does that leave you? It leaves you in a place of power if you're willing to see it. Because if your sense of self is not fixed, then it is not limited. You can change how you inhabit your body. You can reclaim parts of yourself you thought were lost. You can redefine what it means to be you. Not through fantasy, but through awareness. Through the recognition that the line between real and fake, self and other, is not drawn in flesh, but in perception. And that perception, while fragile, can be guided. You can feel ownership over a fake body part, but you can also reclaim ownership over your real one, your voice, your boundaries, your choices, your life. The brain will follow where you lead if you give it evidence, rhythm, care. You are not trapped in your body, you are in relationship with it. And like any relationship, that bond can grow, heal, evolve. In the end, the rubber hand is not just an illusion, it is a revelation. It shows us that the self is not a thing, but a process, a conversation, a dance. And that dance includes every mistake the brain makes and every miracle it performs in return. You have two minds, and they often disagree. Imagine sitting in the passenger seat of a car you thought you were driving. You grip the wheel, confident and composed, eyes on the road, believing you're in control. But as the car veers slightly left, you tug the wheel right, only to realize that your hands were never on it to begin with. something else has been steering, something beneath you, something silent. This is the unsettling realization that your mind is not singular but dual, that within the cathedral of your skull reside not one voice, but two, each with its own desires, rhythms, and truths. One is fast, intuitive, automatic. It whispers, answers before you ask questions. The other is slow, deliberate, rational. It double-checks what the first one rushed to conclude, and though they live in the same brain, they often disagree, sometimes quietly, sometimes with the violence of contradiction. This is the hidden architecture of thought, the divided mind. And you live suspended between them. Psychologists call them System 1 and System 2, terms made famous by Daniel Kahneman. But long before they were named by science, they were intuited by philosophy. Plato imagined reason and emotion as horses pulling in opposite directions. Freud split the psyche into ego, superego, and ED. In Eastern thought, the illusion of a unified self has always been questioned, and modern neuroscience confirms the fragmentation. The brain is a coalition, not a monarchy. It's an ongoing negotiation between modules, regions, networks, many of which operate independently and sometimes at odds. You are not a singular self riding smoothly through thought. You are a battleground of impulses and reflections, reflexes and analysis, instinct and understanding. The fact that you feel coherent is not proof of unity. It is evidence of the brain's skillful editing. System 1 is the ancient engine. It is reactive, emotional, fast. It lets you catch a ball, finish a sentence, feel fear in the dark. It runs on heuristics, mental shortcuts designed for speed, not accuracy. It sees patterns where none exist, jumps to conclusions, favors the familiar. It doesn't reason, it reacts. System 2, by contrast, is effortful. It calculates, plans, hesitates. It is the part of you that puzzles through math problems, questions assumptions, and second-guesses decisions. But it is slow, energy-consuming, and lazy. It prefers not to engage unless it must. Most of your life is run by System 1, and while System 2 likes to think it's in charge, it often arrives too late, offering explanations for decisions already made, rationalizing instincts it never controlled. The mind, in this light, is not a thinker, it is a justifier. Consider a simple example. You meet someone and immediately feel a sense of distrust. You don't know why. Your logical mind says, there's no reason to judge, but the feeling lingers. That's System 1, drawing on a lifetime of unconscious associations, micro-expressions, body language, and memory. It's fast and often invisible. System 2, sensing the bias, steps in to override or justify. But which is right? That's the tension. One mind acts, the other narrates. One leaps, the other looks. And they don't always agree. This internal discord shapes everything. How you love, how you fear, how you vote, how you remember. Because these systems not only think differently, they feel like different versions of you. This duality can be beautiful. System 1 gives you intuition, creativity, flow. It lets you speak fluently, read people effortlessly, drive without thinking. It is the artist, the poet, the survivor. System 2 is the scientist, the philosopher, the judge. It tests, verifies, corrects. But when one dominates, imbalance arises. Too much System 1, and you become impulsive, reactive, biased. Too much System 2, and you become paralyzed, overthinking, detached. The healthiest minds are not those that silence one voice, but those that learn when to listen to each. Wisdom is not the victory of reason over emotion, it is the art of knowing when emotion is right. This inner conflict is not limited to decision-making, it penetrates memory. You think you remember accurately, but memories are often reconstructions, stitched together by emotion and narrative. System 1 colors them, System 2 censors or reshapes them. You believe your story, but your story was edited. The same applies to morality. You think your values are reasoned, principled, but many moral judgments are gut reactions, later justified by logic. You feel disgust, then rationalize why something is wrong. Reason follows feeling, not the other way around. Even willpower is a dialogue between these minds. You want to eat healthy, but crave sugar. You plan to wake early, but hit snooze. You intend fidelity, but feel temptation. One part of you reaches, another part restrains. The struggle isn't weakness, it's wiring. The mind, like any ecosystem, contains competing drives. You are not broken because you feel torn. You are human because you do. Split brain research drives this truth deeper. In rare cases where the brain's hemispheres have been surgically severed, researchers found something astonishing. Each hemisphere could answer questions, follow commands, even express preferences independently. One side could believe in God, the other, atheist. One hand could button a shirt, the other, unbutton it. These were not metaphors, they were demonstrations of literal mental plurality. It suggests that the unity you feel is not because there's one mind, but because the many minds inside you cooperate well enough to avoid conflict. Until they don't. That rupture can happen in trauma, in mental illness, in dreams. It happens when the conscious mind says, "I'm fine," but the body trembles. When your voice is calm, but your chest tightens. When you choose something rational, but regret it with your whole being. Disagreement between minds feels like anxiety, guilt, indecision, dissonance, and the tragedy is that most people try to silence one mind, to deny emotion, or to dismiss reason, instead of letting the argument unfold. But disagreement is not dysfunction. It is dialogue. And in that dialogue lies freedom. Because if one part of you wants to give up, but another wants to keep going, you are not lost. If one part of you is afraid, but another is brave, you are not doomed. You are not the fear or the courage. You are the space in which they negotiate. You are the chair of the internal committee. You do not have to side with the loudest voice. Recognizing your divided mind allows compassion. You stop asking, "Why am I like this?" and start asking, "Which part of me is speaking right now?" You begin to identify not with your thoughts, but with the awareness of them. And from that awareness comes power, the power to pause, to choose, to integrate. You have two minds, and perhaps more. They will argue, contradict, collide. But they are not enemies. They are instruments in an orchestra you conduct. Not always, perfectly, not always in harmony, but with attention, they can make music. And in that music, you find a self, not unified, not simple, but real. Your brain can invent memories that never happened. Imagine waking up one morning to find a photograph tucked into an old book, a faded image of you as a child at a carnival, standing beside a red balloon, a clown smiling behind you, your arm around a friend you don't remember having. You stare at the photo, puzzled, because something about it feels eerily familiar. You can almost hear the music, smell the popcorn, feel the stickiness of cotton candy between your fingers. And yet, as you search your mind for the memory itself, nothing surfaces. No story, no sensation. Just the photo, and the strange warmth of a moment you might never have lived. Days pass, then weeks, and over time, that photograph takes root. You begin to remember. You hear the clown's voice, remember the balloon popping, recall your friend's name. It becomes part of your story, absorbed into the vast archive of your life. But here's the unsettling truth. The photograph was fake. The memory never happened. Your brain created it. Not maliciously, not consciously, but naturally, automatically, as part of its lifelong mission to make meaning. This is not a failure of your mind. This is your mind. Because memory, contrary to what we believe, is not a recording, it's a reconstruction. And sometimes, the reconstruction is fiction. We think of memory as a camera, something that captures experience and stores it for later retrieval. But your brain is not a camera. It is a storyteller, a guesser, a meaning maker. And memories are not stored as discrete, unchanging files. They are dynamic patterns of neural activity, rebuilt anew each time you recall them. Every act of remembering is also an act of editing. You don't retrieve a memory, you recreate it. And in the process, it changes. Details shift, emotions seep in, narratives evolve, and sometimes entirely false elements are added. These are not lies, they are believed truths. Because the same processes that generate real memories also generate false ones. The brain does not tag memories with a true or false label. It tags them with coherence, with familiarity, with emotional salience. If a memory feels real, if it fits your existing worldview, it becomes real to you. Research confirms this unsettling fragility. In studies by psychologist Elizabeth Loftus, participants were shown doctored photos of themselves as children in hot air balloons, events that had never occurred. Yet many participants not only accepted the photos as real, but constructed detailed, vivid memories around them. They remembered the wind, the fear, the excitement. Some even added their own embellishments, what their parents said, what they wore, how they felt. The suggestion had become memory. And once implanted, these false memories were indistinguishable in emotional weight, in detail, in conviction from real ones. This phenomenon is not rare, it is universal. All of us, to some extent, carry memories that are partially or entirely invented. They shape how we view ourselves, others, and the world. They influence our choices, our relationships, our beliefs. And yet, they may be nothing more than dreams mistaken for fact. But how does the brain allow this? It begins with a simple truth. Memory is not stored in a single place. It is a networked process involving the hippocampus, amygdala, prefrontal cortex, and more. Sensory fragments, emotions, spatial information, all are stored separately and reassembled during recall. But this reassembly is vulnerable to suggestion, to bias, to time. If someone asks you, "Do you remember when you got lost at the mall?" as a kid, even if it never happened, the question itself can plant the seed of memory. Your brain, eager for meaning, searches for related fragments. Being at the mall, feeling afraid, losing sight of your parents. It connects these dots. It fills in blanks. And suddenly, what was once fiction begins to feel like recollection. The more you revisit it, the more detailed it becomes. The more you talk about it, the more real it feels. Repetition hardens the memory, not truth. This is especially potent in childhood, when memories are fewer and the scaffolding of identity is still under construction. We absorb stories told to us by others, parents, teachers, siblings, and integrate them as if we had lived them. "You were always afraid of dogs," someone says, and so we become someone who has always feared dogs. "You used to love the ocean," and so we carry that as truth. But sometimes the stories are wrong. Sometimes they belong to someone else. Sometimes they were jokes, and yet they become part of us. We are stitched together not by what happened, but by what we believe happened. Even flashbulb memories, those vivid emotional recollections of shocking events, are vulnerable. Ask people where they were on the day of a tragedy, a terrorist attack, an assassination, a natural disaster, and their answers will be filled with certainty and detail. Yet longitudinal studies show that these memories change over time. They become more consistent with personal narratives, more aligned with cultural retellings. The emotion makes them feel truer, even as they drift from reality. Memory, it turns out, is not about accuracy. It's about usefulness. It is there to help you navigate the present, not to perfectly record the past. And this has profound consequences. In courtrooms, eyewitness testimony is often treated as gold, but eyewitnesses are prone to false memories, especially when exposed to leading questions, social pressure, or stress. Innocent people have been imprisoned because someone remembered the wrong face, the wrong car, the wrong voice. These were not liars. They were believers. Their memories felt real, because to the brain, they were. False confessions, too, can arise from implanted memories, especially in vulnerable populations. The mind, under enough pressure, will supply what is demanded, even if it means creating a past that never happened. But false memory is not always destructive. It can also be healing. Therapists have long known that altering a person's memory of a traumatic event, by reframing it, by imagining it differently, can reduce suffering. Memory reconsolidation is real. When you recall a memory, it becomes temporarily malleable. In that moment, it can be changed. The new version replaces the old. This is not trickery. It is neuroplasticity. It is the brain updating its narrative to better serve the self. In this way, even false memories can be tools, not of deceit, but of survival. And yet, there is danger in not knowing which memories are false. Because if memory can be invented, who are we really? If the past is clay, what anchors identity? This question is not new. Philosophers have long wondered whether the self is just memory wrapped in flesh. Locke argued that continuity of memory is the essence of personal identity. But if memory is faulty, fragmented, or false, does that identity still hold? The answer may lie in letting go of memory as fact and embracing it as story. Stories change. That doesn't make them meaningless. It makes them human. Your brain invents memories not to deceive you, but to protect you, to make sense of the chaos, to maintain a coherent self. And that self, while imperfect, is functional. You are not the sum of exact events. You are the sum of meaning drawn from them. Whether the details are true or not matters less than whether they help you live. This is not permission to ignore truth, but a reminder to hold memory gently, to question certainty, to make space for doubt. Because sometimes the memories that hurt us never happened. And sometimes the ones that heal us are imagined. You may never have held that balloon. But if you remember joy when you think of it, if it lifts you, steadies you, comforts you, then in some small way, it was real. And perhaps that's the paradox, that truth and fiction are not enemies in the mind. They are partners in constructing the self. The brain, in its wisdom, gives you not what happened, but what you need to believe happened. Not because you are broken, but because you are alive. Change blindness. You miss major changes in your environment. Imagine walking through a familiar room, the books on the shelf in their usual places, the picture frame slightly tilted on the wall, the light from the window stretching across, the floor in its habitual pattern, and yet without warning, something is different. A chair is missing. A lamp has changed color. The photograph in the frame now holds different faces. But you don't notice. You keep walking. You don't pause, don't question, don't see. And when someone points it out, you feel the sting of disorientation, of betrayal, not because the world lied to you, but because your own mind did. This is change blindness, one of the most unsettling demonstrations of how incomplete and selective your perception truly is. It's not a flaw in the visual system, but a revelation of how the brain constructs reality, not as it is, but as it expects it to be. You do not see everything. You see what you need to survive, to function, to maintain continuity. And in doing so, you miss so much more than you realize. We tend to believe that our eyes act like high-resolution cameras, scanning and capturing the world in perfect detail moment to moment. But your visual system is not designed for fidelity. It's designed for efficiency. The brain receives vast amounts of visual data every second, but it processes only a fraction of it. Most of what you see is not seen in the moment. It is remembered, inferred, or imagined. Your perception of a room, a person, even your own face, is a blend of recent input and old knowledge, patched together in real time to create a stable experience. The brain fills in gaps constantly, and where the gaps are too large, it simply skips over them. This is not deception. It is conservation. Attention is a limited resource, and so your mind acts like an editor, cutting out what it deems unimportant to keep the narrative flowing. The phenomenon of change blindness is typically demonstrated with a simple experiment. A person speaks to a pedestrian on the street, and during a brief moment, perhaps as a door passes between them, the original speaker is replaced by a completely different person. Incredibly, many participants don't notice the swap. They continue the conversation as if nothing happened. Their mind, anchored to the continuity of the interaction, fills in the transition it never actually perceived. Even when shown before and after, images with major differences, an airplane missing from a runway, a building altered, a color changed, people often fail to detect the change unless it's pointed out. Their eyes received the information, their brain discarded it. But this blindness is not limited to visual tricks. It pervades daily life. A friend gets a haircut, loses weight, or begins to seem distant, and you don't notice until the change is dramatic. A relationship shifts over time, slowly, quietly, but you only recognize the transformation when it's too late. Cities evolve, beliefs drift, norms shift, and you, immersed in the gradual unfolding, miss the turning points. You only notice the new normal once the old one is irretrievable. The brain is biased towards stability. It prefers to believe that what was, still is. This preference is rooted in evolution. Detecting change is metabolically expensive. Constantly monitoring every detail of the environment would overwhelm cognitive resources. So, your brain prioritizes what it believes matters: motion, threats, novelty, goals. If a change occurs outside those categories, it often goes unnoticed. And yet, the consequences can be profound. Drivers fail to notice motorcycles in plain sight. Doctors overlook anomalies in scans. Air traffic controllers miss critical shifts on their screens. In each case, the information is present, but attention is elsewhere. Perception is not passive, it is directed, and this direction is shaped by expectation. What you expect to see, you see. What you don't expect, even if it's right in front of you, you likely miss. The invisible gorilla experiment is a chilling example. Participants asked to count basketball passes often fail to notice a person in a gorilla suit walking across the screen, not because they weren't looking, but because they weren't looking for it. Expectation shapes perception, and in doing so, it hides reality. But perhaps the deepest implication of change blindness is not about sight, but about self-awareness. Because if you can miss a change in your surroundings, can you also miss changes in yourself? The answer is yes. People change, slowly, incrementally. They grow bitter or hopeful, curious or closed, brave or fearful. But because the transformation is gradual, it goes unmarked. You wake up one day and no longer recognize your own voice. You wonder when you stopped singing, laughing, dreaming. But you cannot find the moment. It didn't come with a trumpet. It came like fog, quiet, creeping, total. And yet, not all change blindness is sorrowful. Sometimes, it protects you. It allows you to survive pain by not noticing its magnitude. It helps you move through grief, one breath at a time, without realizing how different your world has become. It grants the illusion of continuity in a world that is constantly shifting. Without it, you might collapse under the weight of constant novelty. But with it, you risk stagnation, missing the chance to act because you don't realize action is needed. To overcome change blindness is not to see everything. That's impossible. It is to question what you think you know, to pause and ask, what am I assuming? What might I be missing? It is to stay curious, not just about the world, but about yourself. Because you are changing right now. So is everyone you love. So is everything you think is stable. The only constant is transformation. And when you begin to see this, not just intellectually but viscerally, you gain something precious: awareness. Not perfect perception, not omniscience, but humility. You learn to look again, to listen differently, to stay open. because the world is not as it seems. And neither are you. Multitasking is a myth. You just switch sloppily. Imagine a symphony where every instrument begins to play its own melody at the same time, oblivious to the others, each vying for dominance, none pausing for breath or space. What you're left with is not music, but noise. And yet, this is how many live their mental lives. Flipping between tabs, skimming messages mid-conversation, replying to emails during meetings, scrolling headlines while pretending to listen to their children. It feels productive. It feels fast. But in truth, it's cognitive cacophony. We call it multitasking. But neuroscience has another name: task switching. You don't do two things at once. You stop and start, back and forth, over and over again. And every time you switch, you lose a little rhythm. You lose clarity. You lose yourself. Because your brain isn't a multi-tool. It's a spotlight. It can shine on one thing with brilliance, or flicker dimly across many, but it cannot do both. The illusion of multitasking is seductive because the world rewards speed. The faster you answer, the more capable you seem. The more windows you keep open, the more intelligent you appear. The more plates you spin, the more modern you become. But this illusion exacts a cost. Every switch comes with a cognitive tax. The brain must stop one process, buffer its place in working memory, shift gears, load the next task, refocus, recalibrate. This takes time. It takes energy, and it's not seamless. Even brief distractions, checking a text during writing, glancing at a notification during reading, can derail flow. What appears as a momentary pause is, in reality, a total reboot of mental momentum. And the more you do it, the more fragmented your attention becomes, like a glass constantly chipped by tiny cracks. Psychologically, multitasking splits not just your focus, but your identity. You are one person writing a report, another replying to a friend, another checking news, another wondering about lunch. And none of these selves are whole. They are fragments, caught in constant motion, never arriving. The philosopher Søren Kierkegaard once wrote, "Purity of heart is to will one thing." Multitasking is the opposite. It is the will split into pieces, scattered across tasks, stretched so thin that it becomes transparent. You might complete everything, but you fully experience nothing. Moments pass without imprint. Conversations end without connection. Projects finish without pride. And you begin to live not in life itself, but in the blur between things. Neuroscience confirms this. Brain imaging shows that while certain tasks, like walking and talking, can occur simultaneously when they draw on different neural circuits, tasks that require conscious control, such as writing and listening, or reading and responding, engage overlapping regions of the prefrontal cortex. These regions cannot process two streams at once. When you try, the brain toggles, inefficiently, imperfectly. Studies by researchers like Dr. David Meyer and Dr. Earl Miller show that multitasking reduces performance, increases errors, and lengthens the time it takes to complete each task. Chronic multitaskers often believe they are better at it, but perform worse on tests of memory, attention, and accuracy. Confidence, in this case, is inversely related to competence, but the damage goes deeper. Multitasking trains the brain into hyperreactivity. Constant switching wires your attention to prefer novelty over depth, stimulation over substance. The more you multitask, the more uncomfortable you become with stillness. The moment you try to focus, your mind seeks escape. Boredom becomes unbearable. Silence becomes threatening. Reflection feels like waste. And so you keep switching, not because you must, but because you've forgotten how not to. The consequence: a generation of minds that can scan everything but absorb nothing. People who read endlessly but remember little, who work constantly but achieve shallowly, who live among many things but inhabit none. Culturally, this fragmentation is framed as ambition, but it is closer to anxiety. The fear of missing out, the pressure to stay current, the belief that value comes from visible busyness. We multitask not because it works, but because we're afraid to stop, Because stopping means confronting one thing at a time, and one thing, done slowly, done deeply, is far more demanding than 10 things done half-heartedly. It requires presence. It requires patience. It requires saying no to the endless stream of demands that beg for your attention, but do not deserve your focus. And that is hard, especially when the world is engineered to distract you. Digital platforms thrive on dividing attention. Notifications, pop-ups, feeds, all designed not to inform you, but to pull you, to break your flow, to addict you to the shallow thrill of switching. And your brain, wired for novelty, rewards you with dopamine each time you jump. But this is not joy, it is compulsion. It is the same circuitry that fuels gambling, compulsive checking, and behavioral addiction. You become a rat in a cage, pulling the lever not for meaning, but for more. And yet, there is hope. Because what multitasking fractures, mindfulness can restore. When you do one thing, just one, and do it fully, your mind begins to rewire. Attention sharpens, memory strengthens, satisfaction deepens. You begin to feel your life again, the smell of your coffee, the curve of a sentence, the warmth of someone's eyes. These things are not noticed in the blur. They require slowness. And slowness, in a fast world, is rebellion. To reject multitasking is not to do less. It is to do better. To reclaim your mind from the noise. To rebuild the capacity for immersion, for creation, for presence. The poet Mary Oliver asked, "What is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?" The answer does not lie in doing many things at once. It lies in doing one thing well, and then another, and another, like notes in a symphony, not played all at once, but in sequence, with space, with breath. So the next time you find yourself switching, pausing one task to glance at your phone, halting a thought to reply to a message, ask yourself, what am I trading for this? What depth am I sacrificing for this moment of distraction? What could have grown in the silence I just interrupted? You cannot reclaim every fragment you've lost, but you can choose the next one. You can choose to listen fully, to write undistracted, to walk without a podcast, to eat without a screen. These are not trivial acts. They are radical ones. They are how you teach your mind that focus still matters, that depth still exists, that your life, your wild and precious life, is worth being present for. Because multitasking is not a superpower. It is a myth, a trap, a slow erosion of clarity, disguised as productivity. And when you see it clearly, not just as a habit, but as a philosophy, you can begin to unlearn it. You can begin to stop. And in that stopping, you do not fall behind. You finally catch up to yourself. Mirror neurons make you feel others' pain and joy. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, not made of glass, but of thought. One that doesn't reflect your image back to you, but instead projects the emotions of another person onto your nervous system, echoing their laughter in your chest, their tears in your throat, their fear in your stomach, as if your own body had become their canvas. You wince when you see someone get hurt, not just out of sympathy, but because, in a subtle and unconscious flicker of your brain, you feel the impact. You smile reflexively when a stranger smiles at their phone. You tense up during a horror movie, even though you know it's fiction. These aren't quirks. They are signals from a hidden circuitry that runs beneath your awareness. Mirror neurons, the biological foundation of empathy, the neurological bridge that allows one mind to touch another without words or contact. They are not just reflections. They are internal simulations, and through them, your brain doesn't just observe the world, it inhabits it. Discovered in the early 1990s by a team of Italian researchers observing macaque monkeys, mirror neurons were first seen when a monkey's brain fired not only when it grabbed a peanut, but also when it watched a researcher grab one. The same neural patterns activated in both cases, as if action and observation were the same. Later studies in humans revealed even more profound implications. When we see someone else perform an action, make an expression, or experience an emotion, Our brains light up as if we were performing, expressing, or feeling the same thing. These neurons exist primarily in the premotor cortex, the inferior parietal lobule, and the superior temporal sulcus, and they blur the boundary between self and other. They turn your body into a stage where other people's experiences are rehearsed. This is not imagination, it is simulation, and through it, we come to know what others feel, not through intellect, but through embodiment. But mirror neurons do more than help you understand. They make you feel. When you see someone stub their toe, your pain centers activate. When you watch a loved one cry, your own emotional circuits light up. When a crowd laughs, you laugh more. When they turn silent, so do you. This shared resonance is the origin of empathy. It is why emotions are contagious, why crowds sync their energy, why riots erupt and audiences rise to standing ovations as if moved by a single wave. Your mirror system is constantly eavesdropping, not just on behavior, but on emotion, intention, and even morality. It allows you to predict, to anticipate, to connect. And yet, because it works silently, you mistake its insights for your own. This system is not perfect. It can be muted, distorted, overwhelmed. In certain neurodiverse conditions, such as autism spectrum disorder, mirror neuron activity may function differently, leading to difficulty intuitively grasping others' emotions. But this is not a deficit. It is a different architecture of empathy, one that may require conscious reasoning rather than spontaneous resonance. The presence of mirror neurons does not guarantee compassion. It only provides the blueprint. Empathy still depends on attention, on intention, on choice. Just because your brain can mirror someone else's pain doesn't mean you will act to alleviate it. Sympathy is involuntary. Compassion is chosen. Yet mirror neurons offer something more than just emotional resonance. They hint at the illusion of separateness. Because if watching someone grasp a cup fires the same neurons as grasping it yourself, where does your action end and theirs begin? The philosopher Martin Buber spoke of the I-thou relationship, a state of encounter where the other is not objectified but fully present, fully real. Mirror neurons suggest a biological basis for this experience, a moment where your nervous system stops being a barrier and becomes a bridge. In those moments, empathy is not metaphor, it is physiology. This mirroring extends even to imagined interactions. When you read a novel and cry for a fictional character, it's because your brain simulates their experience. When you watch a film and your heart races as the hero flees danger, your mirror neurons don't care that it's fiction. They respond as if it were real. This is why stories are powerful. They hijack your mirror system and transport you into other lives. They turn empathy into narrative and narrative into transformation. And perhaps this is why storytelling has always been sacred, because it is how we pass experience, emotion, and wisdom from one consciousness to another without needing to live the same life. But there is a shadow side to this empathy machine, because just as we can feel others' pain and joy, we can also absorb their hatred, fear, and prejudice. Mirror neurons are not moral, they are mechanical. They echo whatever they observe. If your environment is saturated with anxiety, you absorb it. If your community is steeped in rage, you feel it rise in your own chest. Mass hysteria, political polarization, emotional manipulation all exploit this neurological mirroring. Social media, in particular, amplifies these effects, exposing you to curated outrage and choreographed despair. You begin to feel not what is true, but what is contagious. And yet, this vulnerability also contains a gift. Because if emotions are contagious, then so is kindness. If pain can ripple through a crowd, so can comfort. If despair can spread, so can hope. Mirror neurons offer a quiet, everyday miracle. The ability to carry each other's burdens, even if only for a moment. The friend who listens and winces when you describe your heartache. The stranger who tears up at a video of someone reunited with family. The teacher who lights up when a student grasps a concept. These moments are small, but they are sacred. They are proof that we are not islands, but archipelagos linked by unseen bridges of resonance. In a world often obsessed with independence, mirror neurons remind us of our interdependence. They whisper that your emotions are not sealed inside you, and neither are others. Every interaction is an exchange. Every conversation is choreography. Every moment of presence is a mirror held gently between us. And to know this, to feel this, is to begin to live more ethically, more attentively, more lovingly. So the next time you feel tears rising as someone tells their story, or feel joy bubbling at another's success, don't dismiss it as softness. Don't apologize for being too sensitive. Recognize it for what it is: evidence that your brain is doing something miraculous. It is mirroring life, stitching you to others in ways you don't see but deeply feel. And in a world fractured by loneliness, that is not weakness, it is strength. You were not made to go untouched. You were made to feel with others, to tremble when they tremble, to laugh when they laugh, and sometimes to carry what they cannot hold alone. Your brain, without asking, has been doing this all along. And when you understand this, empathy is no longer a virtue, it is a truth. A biological reminder that behind every face is a nervous system just like yours, reaching out, hoping, aching to be felt. The default mode network creates yourself in idle moments. Imagine an empty theater after the final curtain has fallen, the audience long gone, the applause faded into silence, and yet, in the dim light of the stage, something stirs. Not actors, not crew, but a whispering presence weaving together every line ever spoken, every gesture ever made, rehearsing scenes that never happened, revisiting moments that did, and projecting futures that may never arrive. This ghost behind the curtain is not memory, not fantasy, but the silent architect of identity itself. It is the part of your brain that awakens precisely when you stop doing. When the task is done, the focus released, the noise recedes, and what remains is thought without instruction. This is the default mode network, the mysterious web of brain regions that lights up when you do absolutely nothing. And yet, in that idleness, builds the most essential structure of all, your sense of self. It is not a distraction from action. It is the foundation beneath it. You are, quite literally, most you when you appear to be doing nothing at all. Composed of interconnected regions like the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, precuneus, and angular gyrus, the default mode network, or DMN, is a constellation of activity that emerges in moments of rest, daydreaming, mind-wandering, reflection, and internal storytelling. Unlike networks activated during problem-solving, calculation, or sensory engagement, the DMN is not tethered to the external world. It is the canvas upon which your inner world is painted, and it is astonishingly active, using nearly as much energy as your most effortful cognitive tasks. When you sit quietly, stare out the window, or lie awake in bed, the DMN comes alive, replaying memories, simulating conversations, rehearsing regrets, imagining futures, conjuring alternate outcomes. It is here, in this stream of unbidden thought, that the narrative thread of you is spun, an ongoing autobiographical film stitched together from past, present, and imagined experience. But what exactly is this self the DMN builds? It is not a static thing, but a process, a recursive loop of remembering, projecting, integrating. It is shaped by emotion, edited by bias, and sculpted by language. When the DMN is active, it constructs the sense that there is a central narrator, a cohesive I who is thinking, feeling, deciding. But this narrator is a character created by the story, not its originator. The DMN retroactively authors a unified self from fragmented experience. It gives you the illusion that you have always been one coherent identity, when in truth, you are a shifting constellation of roles, moods, and perspectives. The self is not found, it is fabricated, and the DMN is the author, editor, and publisher of that fabrication. Neuroscientific studies have shown that disruptions in the DMN can profoundly affect self-perception. In depression, for example, the DMN becomes hyperactive, looping negative thoughts, regrets, and self-criticism. In schizophrenia, its boundaries blur, leading to a collapse of the distinction between self and other. In meditation and psychedelic states, DMN activity quiets, and with it, the ego dissolves. These findings reveal that the self you experience is deeply tied to the rhythm and regulation of this network. It is not transcendent, it is neurological. And yet, knowing this does not diminish its importance, it deepens it, because it shows that your identity is not an immutable core, but a fluid creation, constantly rewritten in the quiet hours of your mind. This rewriting has evolutionary purpose. The DMN helps you learn from the past, anticipate the future, and make sense of the present. It allows you to simulate possibilities without acting them out, to navigate complex social dynamics, to build and update the story of who you are. And this narrative coherence is not trivial. It is how you survive. People with strong narrative identities cope better with trauma, heal faster from psychological wounds, and make more ethical decisions. The DMN doesn't just craft the feeling of self. It anchors your moral compass, your goals, your continuity. Without it, you would be a series of disconnected moments, each isolated in time. With it, you are a story in motion. Yet, as powerful as it is, the DMN is also fragile. It is easily hijacked by rumination, anxiety, distraction. When unregulated, it becomes the seat of worry, the source of paralysis, the loop of what-ifs and should-haves. You can get lost in it, trapped in thought patterns that feel productive, but are merely recursive. It whispers, rewinds, replays. And in doing so, it can keep you from the very present moment that would heal you. This is why contemplative practices, meditation, prayer, mindfulness, so often target the DMN, not to destroy the self, but to loosen its grip, to reveal that behind the story is a silence more spacious than any narrative, that you are not just the thought, you are also the thinker, and sometimes the witness. Intriguingly, when people lose themselves in creative flow, writing, painting, dancing, the DMN quiets. In these moments, the self dissolves into action. Paradoxically, by becoming fully engaged with the world, you stop constructing yourself. And yet, when the activity ends, the DMN resumes, absorbing the experience, weaving it into identity. This oscillation between immersion and reflection, between doing and being, is the heartbeat of consciousness. It is how you grow, how you make meaning, how you become. The DMN also gives rise to something profoundly human, the capacity to wonder. Because it is untethered from the now, it allows you to ask questions that have no immediate relevance. What is the purpose of life? Who am I really? What if I had chosen differently? These are not survival questions. They are existential ones. And yet, they shape civilization. Art, religion, philosophy, science, all are born in the DMN's idle wanderings. The ability to imagine beyond the immediate is what makes you human, and that imagination happens, not in effort, but in rest. So perhaps the next time you catch yourself staring into space, lost in thought, you'll recognize it for what it is. Not distraction, but construction. Not emptiness, but origin. The mind left to itself does not go still, it goes inward. And in that inwardness, it builds the scaffolding of identity, memory, morality, creativity, and meaning. The default mode network is not a bug in the system, it is the system's soul. In a world that values constant doing, we forget the importance of being. We shame daydreaming, label it laziness, pathologize inwardness. But your DMN knows better. It knows that when you are quiet, you are becoming. That when you pause, you create. That when you stop engaging the world, you start engaging yourself. And maybe that is the most radical act left in a culture addicted to motion, to do nothing, and in doing nothing, become someone deeper. Because the story of you is not just written in action, but in reflection. It is not found in the noise, but in the silence that follows. The default mode network is the quiet narrator behind your life's loudest scenes. And when you finally hear it, you don't discover who you were. You begin to understand who you are. Mental fatigue isn't physical. It's a brain self-pacing strategy. Imagine a marathon runner halfway through a race who suddenly begins to feel the weight in their legs, the burn in their chest, and the overwhelming urge to stop. Not because their body is breaking down, but because something deeper, quieter, more cunning inside them whispers that it's time to slow down. Now imagine that this voice doesn't come from muscle or bone or breath, but from the mind itself. A self-imposed governor of effort, a silent strategist adjusting your energy, not to protect your body from failure, but to conserve resources, manage risk, and maintain internal balance. This is the truth behind mental fatigue. It is not a sign of physical depletion, but of cognitive negotiation. You do not run out of willpower like a battery drains power. Instead, your brain chooses to reduce effort, to disengage, to generate discomfort, not because you can't go on, but because it calculates that you shouldn't. Mental exhaustion, then, is not weakness, it is management. It is your brain pacing itself through complexity, uncertainty, and the ceaseless pressure of modern cognition. Not with force, but with friction. Contrary to popular belief, the sensation of being mentally drained isn't directly caused by neurons running out of energy. Your brain is remarkably energy efficient, using around 20% of your body's energy even at rest, but it does not falter simply because it's been working hard. Instead, what we call mental fatigue arises from a shift in motivation and attention, orchestrated by higher-order networks in the brain that continually evaluate the trade-offs between effort and reward. When you push through sustained focus, writing a paper, solving a complex problem, resisting temptation, your prefrontal cortex engages heavily, regulating behavior, attention, and emotional impulse. But over time, your brain begins to perceive diminishing returns. The cost of continued effort rises, and so it begins to engineer the sensation of fatigue. Not because you're out of fuel, but because your internal decision-making systems have recalculated the value of persistence. This recalibration manifests as sluggish thinking, decreased attention, emotional irritability, and the overwhelming craving for distraction. And yet, physiologically, you may be fine. The core of this phenomenon lies in what scientists call the opportunity cost model of mental effort. Every cognitive task you engage in comes at the cost of not doing something else, relaxing, checking your phone, talking to someone, indulging a pleasurable fantasy. As these alternative actions grow more attractive relative to the task at hand, your brain begins to bias you toward disengagement. It does this not by issuing a rational memo, but by generating an internal resistance, an emotional weight that mimics exhaustion. In this way, mental fatigue is not depletion, it's decision. It is the brain's way of reallocating attention based on perceived benefit. And this reallocation isn't always accurate. In fact, it is often conservative. The brain prefers to underuse energy rather than risk overextension. This perspective reframes the experience of fatigue from failure to function. You are not tired because you are incapable. You are tired because your brain has made a judgment about effort's worth. This judgment is influenced by mood, expectation, previous success, even sleep and nutrition. But crucially, it is not a direct measure of capability. Athletes who push through physical pain don't do so because their bodies are stronger. They do it because their brains believe the goal justifies the cost. Likewise, when you're deep in a state of flow, you can work for hours without feeling tired, not because your brain isn't using energy, but because it perceives that the rewards of effort remain high. The fatigue you feel isn't the edge of your limit. It is the whisper of internal doubt, the beginning of withdrawal, the brain preemptively hedging against burnout. But this system, while protective, can also betray you. In modern environments of chronic stimulation and artificial urgency, your brain is constantly being asked to engage beyond its natural rhythm. It is flooded with tasks, alerts, and demands that stretch your attentional bandwidth. And because mental fatigue is tied more to perceived control than actual difficulty, situations where you feel trapped or overwhelmed can exhaust you faster than situations that are objectively harder. A 10-hour day solving meaningful problems may tire you less than 2 hours spent navigating purposeless bureaucracy. Your brain is not just responding to effort, it is responding to meaning. When meaning erodes, so does energy. This is why burnout is not merely about volume of work, but about the collapse of purpose, autonomy, and connection. And yet, understanding this mechanism gives you back power. Because if fatigue is strategic, not structural, then you can influence it. You can reframe your internal narrative, renegotiate the perceived value of your efforts, break tasks into more manageable chunks, inject small rewards, vary the cognitive load. These strategies don't just trick the brain, they engage the very systems that calculate value and effort. Studies show that when people believe a task is meaningful, or when they feel progress, or when they are told that fatigue is temporary, their endurance increases. The brain responds not only to energy, but to belief. Your perception of effort literally changes your experience of effort. Moreover, taking breaks doesn't just prevent fatigue, it resets valuation. The default mode network, which becomes active in moments of rest, helps the brain reassess, integrate, and simulate alternatives. This helps restore motivation. When you return from a walk, a nap, or even a daydream, it's not just your body that's refreshed, it's your brain's internal economy. It has had time to reassess the cost-benefit landscape, and often, the result is renewed focus. Not because you've recharged energy, but because you've recalculated intention. There is also something deeply human about this mechanism, because it reminds us that the brain is not a cold machine. It is a negotiator. It does not blindly execute, it deliberates. And in that deliberation, it reveals its wisdom. Fatigue, then, is not weakness. It is a form of communication. It is your brain tapping you on the shoulder, saying, "We could keep going, but I'm not sure we should." Sometimes it's wrong. Sometimes it underestimates you. Sometimes it errs on the side of caution, but it always speaks for your survival. And to ignore it completely is to risk collapse. But to understand it, to engage it consciously, is to gain mastery over your own momentum. We live in a culture that glorifies grit and shames rest, that praises those who push through at all costs, even when the costs are hidden and cumulative. But what if true resilience is not about resisting fatigue, but about recognizing what it means? What if discipline isn't just about grinding through, but about pacing wisely? What if success depends less on how long you go without stopping, and more on how well you interpret the need to stop, and how intelligently you begin again? Mental fatigue is not your enemy. It is your body's quiet strategist, guiding you through a world too fast, too complex, too demanding. It's there, not to shut you down, but to protect you from pouring your mind into tasks that no longer serve you or cost more than they give. And if you can learn to listen to it, not with guilt or panic, but with curiosity, you unlock a deeper intelligence. One that doesn't just measure output, but honors sustainability. So the next time you find yourself unable to concentrate, drifting mid-task, staring blankly at the screen, don't simply berate yourself. Pause. Ask what your brain is weighing. Ask what it fears, what it values, what it needs. Maybe it's time to rest. Maybe it's time to reframe. Maybe it's time to rediscover why the task matters. Because beneath your tiredness is not emptiness. It is a voice, a guide, a pacing partner. And if you respect that rhythm, if you learn its language, you may find that what looked like a wall was really a warning light, a signal not to stop entirely, but to change how you move. The mere exposure effect. Familiarity feels like truth. Imagine walking into a dimly lit gallery filled with strange, abstract paintings, jagged colors, shapes that defy symmetry, brush strokes that lead nowhere, and as you pass from one canvas to the next, discomfort simmers quietly under your skin. Nothing feels recognizable, nothing calls your name. But then, amid the dissonance, you spot a painting you've seen before, maybe in a magazine, maybe in passing online. You don't know when or where, but you've encountered it before. It's not objectively better, it's not more beautiful, but suddenly it feels safer, warmer, more right. You breathe easier in its presence, drawn not by content, but by familiarity. This is the mere exposure effect, the invisible force that quietly turns repetition into affection, proximity into preference, and familiarity into a counterfeit of truth. It is not a flaw in reasoning. It is a design in perception, an ancient mechanism that equates the known with the good, the repeated with the reliable, the seen with the safe. And in a world overwhelmed by information, this subtle reflex shapes not just what you like, but what you believe. First identified by psychologist Robert Zionk in the 1960s, the mere exposure effect is a robust and widespread cognitive bias. The more often we are exposed to a stimulus, a face, a sound, a word, a phrase, the more we tend to like it, even if we don't consciously remember having seen it, even if we don't understand it, even if we are told it's false. The repeated becomes the familiar, and the familiar becomes the believable. This effect doesn't need logic. It doesn't require coherence. It bypasses the analytical mind and speaks directly to something older, deeper, more visceral. When you hear a song over and over, you grow to enjoy it, even if you hated it the first time. When you see a face in repeated social contexts, you start to trust it, regardless of its intentions. When a statement is repeated often enough, it starts to feel true, no matter how absurd. Your brain mistakes fluency for accuracy. The easier something is to process, the more likely you are to believe it. But why? Why does the mind so readily confuse repetition with reality? The answer lies in the brain's architecture. Our cognitive systems evolved not to seek truth, but to seek survival. In the ancestral environment, familiarity was safety. Unfamiliar things could be dangerous, unfamiliar plants poisonous, unfamiliar animals predatory, unfamiliar people threatening. The known carried no immediate risk. Over time, the brain developed a fluency heuristic, a shortcut that made the familiar feel good and the unfamiliar feel bad. The mechanism is efficient. You don't waste time analyzing everything from scratch. If you've seen it before, it's probably okay. So your nervous system lowers its guard. Your affective system softens, and before you know it, comfort is mistaken for credibility. This process is unconscious, automatic, and remarkably persistent. Even when warned about it, people continue to show the effect. Even when told explicitly that a statement is false, repeated exposure increases its perceived truth. This is known as the illusory truth effect, a sibling of the mere exposure effect. It explains how propaganda works, how slogans gain power, how conspiracy theories take root, not through persuasion, but through repetition. Say it enough times, and it becomes part of the wallpaper of the mind. The lie fades into the background noise of recognition, and what was once absurd now feels obvious, not because it convinced you, but because it's been there so long, your mind no longer questions it. This effect extends to language, culture, politics, marketing, art, and even morality. Popular ideas gain momentum simply by being repeated on billboards, in headlines, across screens. Repetition gives them rhythm, and rhythm gives them resonance. In branding, for example, a logo or jingle doesn't need to be genius, it just needs to be everywhere. Once it enters your mind enough times, it starts to feel like part of your world. And once it feels like part of your world, you stop evaluating it, you absorb it. This is how mediocrity becomes dominance, how shallow ideas crowd out complex ones, how the loudest voice becomes the trusted one, not because it's wise, but because it's always there. But this isn't just about manipulation. There's something deeply human in this bias. The mere exposure effect is not only a vulnerability, it's a reflection of our longing for coherence. We are creatures of pattern. We seek stability. We yearn for the known, not because we're lazy, but because uncertainty is exhausting. The repeated gives us the illusion of control. It lets us rest. And in that rest, we begin to love what we've seen before, not because it earned our love, but because it let us put our guard down. Yet herein lies the danger. When we stop questioning, we stop choosing. When we trust the familiar too easily, we become blind to novelty, deaf to dissent, numb to nuance. We dismiss what's new, not because it lacks value, but because it lacks exposure. Innovation struggles not because it's flawed, but because it's unfamiliar. Truth drowns in a sea of louder lies, and wisdom is buried under waves of repeated noise. The mere exposure effect doesn't just shape preferences, it shapes the contours of reality itself. It builds echo chambers, polarizes discourse, feeds misinformation, and unless we understand it, we cannot escape it. But once you see it, once you truly feel its presence in your mental processes, you gain power. You start to notice when a belief feels true merely because you've heard it before. You begin to question why something feels right. Is it because it resonates with your values, or because it's been repeated until it stopped sounding wrong? You become more cautious in your judgments, more critical of slogans, more patient with unfamiliar ideas. And in doing so, you reclaim your autonomy. You choose not just what to believe, but why you believe it. This awareness is not easy. It requires sitting with discomfort, allowing new thoughts to echo, giving them time to become familiar before you decide if they're true. It demands that you recognize how easily your mind confuses the repeated with the real, the seen with the true, the heard with the understood. But if you can hold that tension, if you can delay the reflex to trust the familiar, you create space for deeper thought, for real curiosity, for truth that is earned, not echoed. And perhaps this is the paradox at the heart of the human mind, that what feels most true is often what we've seen the most, and what is most true is often hidden beneath the noise of repetition. The mere exposure effect doesn't make you weak, it makes you normal. But understanding it is what makes you wise, because then, when you hear the same idea over and over, you don't ask, "Does this feel right?" You ask, "Why does this feel so familiar?" And in that pause, in that question, you reclaim the space to think freely again. Your brain predicts sounds before you hear them. Imagine sitting in a grand candlelit theatre, the curtain not yet raised, the silence pregnant with anticipation. And yet, as your eyes scan the hushed faces around you, as your heart synchronizes with the tempo of the hush, you begin to hear it. Not sound itself, but the shape of sound, a whispered architecture in your mind, a faint sense of rhythm and tone your ears have not yet received. It is not coming from the orchestra pit or the audience or the velvet-wrapped walls. It's coming from within. Your brain, like a conductor before the first note, is already preparing, already hearing, already composing its own expectation of the world's auditory future. This isn't imagination. This is physiology. Because long before vibrations reach your eardrum, your brain is predicting them, filling in the silence with forecasts shaped by memory, context, and expectation. You don't passively receive sound, you actively anticipate it. And in this predictive symphony, the music of your life is not just heard, it is co-authored by the mind that listens. The idea that the brain predicts sound before it hears it is not poetic license, it's empirical fact, deeply rooted in the predictive coding framework of neuroscience. At every moment, your brain is not just reacting to sensory input, it is generating models, hypotheses, expectations about what should come next. It does this in vision, in touch, in motion, but perhaps nowhere more mysteriously than in sound, because sound unfolds in time, not space. It is not static, it is a wave, a sequence, a story. And so, to hear well, the brain must guess well. It must forecast the coming note, the next word, the future footstep, and adjust perception accordingly. These forecasts are built from the vast archive of past experience, constantly revised by context, emotion, and meaning. Every sound you hear is a negotiation between what is and what you expected. And often, what you hear is what you expected to hear all along. This becomes stunningly clear when prediction fails. In auditory illusions like the phoneme restoration effect, when a sound is masked or missing, the brain fills it in based on context. If someone says, "The legislature met at noon," with static masking the S, you still hear legislature clearly because your brain expects it. Or in speech and noise scenarios, where sentences are drowned in ambient chaos, you often comprehend them anyway, not by hearing perfectly, but by predicting meaning. Your perception is an act of hypothesis confirmation. You don't hear first and interpret later. You interpret as you hear. Or more precisely, you interpret to hear. Sound is the output of a deeper inner conversation between your expectations and your environment. This predictive process begins in the auditory cortex, but extends into broader networks, language centers, motor systems, emotional circuits. It's why musicians can anticipate the next note in a melody before it arrives, why you wince just before a balloon pops, why your mind completes the sentence someone hasn't finished yet. Your auditory system is deeply embedded in time. And time, for the brain, is not just a measurement, it's a canvas of probability. Hearing is not passive decoding, it is active simulation. The brain builds a model of the acoustic world, updates it moment by moment, and only notices reality when it deviates from that model. In this way, silence is not the absence of sound, it is the anticipation of it. And listening is not waiting, it is forecasting. But the implications stretch far beyond cognition. There is something profoundly human in this dance between anticipation and reception. It explains why rhythm moves us, why we nod to music, why a drop in a song can make us shiver. Music, at its core, is managed expectation, tension and release, setup and payoff. Our brains crave structure, prediction, and surprise, and composers play us like instruments, manipulating our predictive systems for pleasure. But this mechanism is not limited to aesthetics. It shapes communication itself. In conversation, we finish each other's sentences, mirror intonation, predict pauses. A delay in response, a missed cue, feels emotionally jarring not because of logic, but because our brain had already prepared for the sound that never came. Prediction is so central to auditory experience that when it breaks, the result is cognitive dissonance. In certain neurodivergent conditions, such as schizophrenia, auditory hallucinations may arise from hyperactive prediction, where the brain becomes so reliant on its internal model that it begins to hear things that aren't there. Similarly, in tinnitus, the phantom ringing may stem not from the ear, but from the brain expecting stimulation that never arrives and inventing it to fill the void. In contrast, in conditions like Parkinson's or language processing disorders, prediction may weaken, leading to difficulty anticipating speech patterns, rhythm, or even conversational timing. These differences reveal that hearing is not a linear process of input, but a deeply recursive one, where sensation is inseparable from expectation. And yet this system is not just mechanical, it is intimate, because the sounds we predict and the errors we register carry emotional weight. When a loved one's voice wavers, your brain detects the discrepancy before you consciously understand it. When someone laughs without joy, your predictive model flags the anomaly. These subtle auditory mismatches allow us to sense truth, lie, affection, irritation, often before words confirm it. Your brain doesn't just hear what is said, it anticipates how it should be said and reacts to every deviation. This makes prediction the gateway to empathy, because to hear someone truly, you must anticipate them. You must have a model of who they are, how they sound, what they mean, and each conversation either confirms or reshapes that model, moment by moment. But prediction also creates blind spots. When we expect to hear something, we may fail to hear anything else. This is why accents confuse us, why foreign languages sound like noise, why misheard lyrics persist even after correction. Our models filter reality, And while this helps us make sense of chaos, it also limits us. We hear through the lens of familiarity, and sometimes that lens distorts the signal. But recognizing this opens a door. Because if hearing is prediction, then listening is humility. It is the act of suspending your model, of allowing surprise, of welcoming the unanticipated. True listening means letting go of what you think should come next. And in doing so, encountering something real. So what does this mean for us as human beings? Not just as biological systems, but as relational minds. It means that your experience of the world is not just shaped by what happens, but by what you expect to happen. That every moment is a test of a model your brain built in silence, in preparation, in anticipation. And that you are never just hearing the present. You are, always, in some small way, listening to the future. This makes your brain not just a receiver, but a composer. Not just a decoder, but a narrator. And in the spaces between sound and silence, you are constantly writing and rewriting the symphony of your own reality. Because long before the bell tolls, the word is spoken, the music begins, your brain has already imagined it. It has already guessed the arc, the tone, the rhythm. And when the real arrives, it is filtered, shaped, and interpreted through that invisible scaffolding. The world you hear is not raw, it is rendered. And you are not just the audience to your life's soundtrack, you are the co-writer of its score. You're not the one talking. Speech is often autopiloted. Imagine stepping into the cockpit of a plane mid-flight, the sky stretching endlessly beyond the glass, instruments glowing quietly around you, the engine humming with perfect rhythm, and suddenly realizing your hands are not on the controls. You are seated, yes, and awake, yes, but the plane is flying itself, guided not by your conscious commands, but by a complex and unseen autopilot, one that began its route long before you even noticed the altitude. This is not the story of machines. This is the story of you, or more precisely, of your speech. Because much like that airplane, your words often take off without you. You think you're driving the sentence. You think you're choosing each phrase, weighing every syllable, steering the conversation in real time. But more often than not, you're not. You're watching the flight path unfold, riding the momentum of habit, reflex, memory, social rehearsal. Speech, it turns out, is less an act of deliberate construction and more a performance that your mind assembles beneath awareness, spoken by a self who speaks before the thinker has caught up. Neuroscience supports this deeply unsettling yet strangely liberating realization. The process of speech is not a linear conveyor belt, idea to language to mouth, but a decentralized and predictive cascade. Broca's area, Wernicke's area, the supplementary motor area, the basal ganglia, and other regions participate in a highly orchestrated symphony that converts thought into vocalization. But crucially, much of this conversion happens before conscious intention emerges. Studies of response latency and speech errors show that our mouths begin forming responses milliseconds before we can articulate what we're about to say internally. The machinery activates early, running scripts and habits that have been shaped by years of conversation, culture, context, and unconscious rehearsal. The brain is not waiting for you to figure out what you want to say. It's already started saying it. This isn't merely a curiosity, it's a redefinition of agency. Because if your speech can operate on autopilot, what else does? How much of what you express has been pre-written by social expectations, linguistic templates, or conversational? Muscle memory, the pleasantries you exchange at work, the way you greet someone at the door, the reassuring tone you adopt when comforting a friend. These feel like deliberate choices, but many are reflexive behaviors encoded by repeated use. And once activated, they run with little oversight. You may feel like you're thinking aloud, but often you're hearing your own voice for the first time as it's already echoing out. Psycholinguists call this formulaic language, prefabricated phrases, idioms, and conversational scripts that we deploy automatically. These chunks reduce cognitive load, allowing us to navigate complex social environments without constantly reinventing language. They are the linguistic equivalent of muscle memory. And while they are efficient, they can also create a sense of disconnection. You may finish a phone call and realize you don't remember half of what you said, not because you weren't paying attention, but because your brain was executing a well-rehearsed subroutine. The speech system had the wheel, and you were simply along for the ride. But even beyond formulas, the predictive nature of speech runs deep. The brain doesn't build sentences word by word in real time. It builds probabilistic models, estimating what word is likely to follow another, constructing clauses before you reach them, anticipating endings before you begin. This is why you sometimes say things you didn't mean, why words tumble out too fast to revise, why Freudian slips occur not as accidents, but as glimpses of competing scripts beneath the surface. Your speech production system is like a river, carrying the sediments of your past, the weather of your emotions, the terrain of your habits. You may guide it with intention, but you don't always choose where it bends, and this becomes even clearer in moments of extreme emotion. When you're angry, tired, afraid, or in love, you often find yourself speaking from a place that bypasses deliberation. Words emerge raw, unfiltered, as if coming from somewhere below thought. Later, you might say, "I didn't mean that," or "I don't know why I said it." But perhaps the truth is more complex. You meant it in that moment, because a different version of you, a deeper, faster, older you, was speaking. And your reflective mind wasn't fast enough to interrupt. In this sense, speech is not just a mirror of self, it is a mirror of selves. The many versions of you competing for airtime, taking turns at the microphone of your mouth. Yet this automaticity is not purely mechanical, it is also poetic, because it allows speech to carry nuance beyond logic, tone, rhythm, prosody, breath. These elements ride on the automatic current, adding layers of meaning you could never plan consciously. A mother calming a child doesn't script her voice. A poet reciting from memory finds new emphasis with each performance. A mourner delivering a eulogy discovers truths mid-sentence. These moments don't happen because of calculated speech. They happen because speech moves faster than calculation. The heart leaks through when the mind steps aside. Still, this understanding invites both humility and responsibility. If so much of what we say is reflexive, how do we hold ourselves accountable? How do we ensure our words reflect our values, our truth, our best self? The answer is not to micromanage every syllable. That leads to paralysis. Instead, it is to shape the deeper layers. To train the automatic system not through momentary control, but through long-term reflection. The more you reflect outside the moment, on what you believe, who you are, how you wish to relate, the more those reflections seep into the scripts your speech system draws from. You cannot always choose your words in real time, but you can choose what you rehearse. You can rewrite the library your autopilot pulls from, and perhaps this is what growth sounds like. Not perfectly scripted dialogue, but slowly evolving reflexes. Speech that surprises you with its kindness. A joke that lands more gently. A truth that emerges before defensiveness. When that happens, you're not controlling every word, but the part of you that is speaking has become wiser. The autopilot has learned from the pilot. The river has remembered where you meant to go. So the next time you hear yourself talking and wonder, did I just say that? Know that you're not alone in that experience. You're witnessing the performance of a system that speaks for you, through you, sometimes even before you. And instead of fearing that, you can marvel at it, because beneath the apparent chaos is a kind of music, a rhythm learned through years of listening, responding, adapting. You are not always the source of your voice, but you are its echo chamber. You are the one who hears it, who reflects on it, who decides what it should become. In this way, speech is not just communication, it is transformation. Not just expression, but evolution. And while you may not always be the one talking, you are always the one becoming. Your brain can trigger emotions just by facial feedback. Imagine a stage where the script is written not by words, but by muscle contractions, where the actors wear masks made not of porcelain or paint, but of flesh and tension, where the slightest tilt of the lips or tightening around the eyes is not just a reflection of an emotion, but its author, where expression does not follow feeling, but precedes it. Now imagine that you are both the actor and the audience, both the sculptor and the clay. This is not a thought experiment, it is the subtle truth of your biology. Because your face, that most intimate and public canvas, is not just a billboard for your emotions. It is a switchboard wired directly into the emotional machinery of your brain. You smile, and then you feel joy. You furrow your brow, and then irritation arrives. You mimic a scowl, and sadness follows like a shadow. Your brain, watching the arrangement of your own features, makes inferences and adjustments, generating internal states to match external shapes. This is the facial feedback hypothesis, and it challenges everything we thought we knew about where emotions begin. For centuries, we believed that emotions arose first and expressions followed, as outputs, as signals, as social clues. You felt happy, and then you smiled. You were frightened, and then your eyes widened. But modern research reveals a more intricate dance. The relationship is not linear. It is reciprocal, even circular. In the 1980s, psychologist Robert Yawning and others began exploring whether the act of forming an expression could itself generate emotional states. Their experiments were simple but profound. Participants who were asked to hold a pen between their teeth, activating the muscles used in smiling, reported higher levels of amusement when viewing cartoons. Those who held the pen between their lips, suppressing smile-related muscles, found the same cartoons less funny. The implication was clear. The brain reads the face, not just to broadcast feeling, but to calculate it. And when the signals from the face indicate a certain expression, the emotional brain tunes itself accordingly. Further studies supported and refined this model. Botox injections that paralyze frown muscles were shown to reduce symptoms of depression, not because of the cosmetic result, but because the face could no longer send signals of distress back to the brain. The lack of feedback disrupted the feedback loop, softening the intensity of the internal state. Conversely, when people were asked to mimic negative expressions, even in the absence of negative thoughts, they experienced increased stress responses. The facial posture sent a message, and the brain believed it. This suggests that emotion is not something you have. It is something you assemble, moment by moment, using input from your body. And your face is the dashboard light that tells your brain how to calibrate the experience inside. But this doesn't make emotion fake. It makes it embodied. The facial feedback hypothesis does not deny the depth or authenticity of emotion. It simply reveals that what you feel is a collaboration, a conversation between your body and your brain, your posture and your perception. Your face is not lying to you when it smiles. It is nudging you. It is helping you remember what joy feels like. It is part of the circuit, not outside of it. And in this understanding lies a deeper truth. You have more agency in your emotional life than you think. You don't always need to wait for the feeling to smile. Sometimes, you smile to find the feeling. And this is not delusion. It is neurological participation. The implications reach into daily life in surprising ways. Consider social interaction. When we mirror someone's expressions, smile when they smile, tense our faces when theirs harden, we don't just build rapport, we feel what they feel. This is not imagination. It is interoception filtered through mimicry. Empathy is not just a moral virtue, it is a muscular one. Your brain simulates other people's emotions using your own facial musculature. And in doing so, it renders emotion into something shared, distributed, felt across the divide of skin. This makes the face a bridge, not a barrier, a channel of mutual influence that enables us to feel with, not just for one another. But it also means that the expressions you practice in isolation matter. The face you wear when you're alone shapes your solitude. The grimace you hold while scrolling the news, the tension you keep while commuting, the unconscious frown you bear while working. These expressions are not silent. They speak inwardly. They craft your mood. Over time, they become defaults. And those defaults, through repetition, become emotional baselines. Your face, without your permission, trains your brain. And your brain, listening closely, begins to live by what it hears. This is how chronic stress, subtle discontent, and emotional drift take root. Not through dramatic trauma, but through thousands of tiny cues sent upward from muscles to mind, shaping the inner landscape 1 millimeter at a time. Yet this same mechanism can be reclaimed. The act of intentionally shifting your expression is not superficial. It is strategic. Smiling when you're sad is not dishonest. It's a neurological intervention. Softening your face during conflict doesn't make you weak. It helps you feel less threatened. These aren't masks. They're levers. Your face is not just a consequence of feeling. It is an instrument for tuning it. And with practice, you can learn to play it with subtlety and intention, not to fake emotions, but to co-create them. Still, this mechanism comes with responsibility. Because if facial feedback can shape your emotions, then it can also be manipulated by others, by culture, by performance. Consider media. The constant barrage of fearful or angry faces on screens can activate similar expressions in viewers, subtly tuning them toward anxiety or aggression. This is not metaphorical. Mirror neurons and facial mimicry work together to draw you into emotional sync with what you observe. Similarly, workplace norms that demand perpetual smiling, emotional labor, can lead to dissonance when the outer face contradicts the inner state. Over time, this can exhaust the system, causing burnout, emotional numbness, or identity confusion. Not because the smile was fake, but because it was weaponized, enforced, disconnected from the feedback loop it was meant to complete. And so the path forward is not to reject the facial emotional link, but to inhabit it wisely, to smile when you want to lift your mood, not to bury it, to mirror others to connect, not to perform, to let your face be both messenger and receiver, a real-time barometer of your emotional atmosphere. And perhaps most importantly, to notice when your face holds patterns that no longer serve you. Because sometimes the frown isn't protecting you. Sometimes the tight jaw isn't strength. Sometimes the flat expression isn't indifference. It's just an old mask you forgot to take off. And when you begin to change those patterns, not by force, but by awareness, you invite your brain into a new emotional climate, one shaped not only by circumstance, but by micro-choices made beneath awareness, in the spaces between thought and feeling, muscle and mind. In this light, the face becomes a frontier, not of vanity, but of volition. A place where you meet yourself, shape yourself, support yourself. You are not powerless before emotion. You are part of its construction. Your smile is not decoration. It is participation. Your grimace is not just reaction. It is communication. And every moment, your face is quietly asking your brain, how should we feel? And your brain, listening carefully, often answers, apparently, like this. So the next time you find yourself wearing a face you didn't mean to choose, pause. Relax the brow. Lift the corners of your mouth, not to deny your truth, but to help reveal a fuller one. Not to hide your pain, but to soften it. Because expression doesn't wait for permission. It builds what it reflects. And in that mysterious loop of muscle and mind, you are not just feeling your life, you are helping write it. Subliminal messages can prime your actions. Imagine walking through a garden at twilight, the air still and warm, the path before you dim but familiar, and as your feet move unconsciously across the stones, you pass a bed of jasmine, faint, subtle, almost unnoticed. And an hour later, you find yourself writing a letter to someone you haven't thought of in years, a tenderness rising in you without explanation. You don't connect the scent to the memory. You don't trace the path of cause and effect. But something beneath your awareness was stirred, something that nudged your mood, shaped your associations, and guided your behavior. You were primed, not by logic or intention, but by something quieter, a whisper of experience just beneath the threshold of conscious thought. This is the invisible theatre of subliminal influence. And though the word subliminal has long been buried beneath myths and marketing gimmicks, the truth it points to is far more fascinating and far more real. Because your brain is not only a processor of what you notice, it is a sponge for everything you don't. And much of what you think, feel, and do is not chosen, but gently steered by signals you never knew were there. At the core of this phenomenon lies the concept of priming, a psychological mechanism by which exposure to a stimulus influences a response to a subsequent stimulus without conscious guidance or intention. Priming operates on associations, those intricate webs of meaning the brain builds between words, images, smells, feelings, and concepts. When you hear the word doctor, your brain quietly activates related ideas. Nurse, hospital, medicine. If you see the color red, your mind might become more alert or aggressive. If you glimpse a smile, your own mood may lift. These effects are not imagined. They are measurable. Even micro-exposures. Words flashed for milliseconds, sounds just below hearing. Images that pass too quickly to register can shape your perception, bias your decisions, and alter your behavior. And they do so not by telling you what to think, but by tilting the floor beneath your thoughts, so that certain ideas become easier to reach, more available, more likely to arise as your own. But how does this happen? Neurologically, cognitively, experientially? The answer begins in the architecture of attention. The human brain is inundated with more information per second than it could ever consciously process. So it builds shortcuts, heuristics, templates. It favors efficiency over deliberation. And in this hierarchy, subliminal input often travels a path outside your conscious filter, through lower-order perceptual systems, into emotional centers, like the amygdala, and onward to the prefrontal cortex where decisions are made. But because the initial input never registered as conscious, the downstream effects feel spontaneous, uncaused. You reach for a product you've seen in ads you don't remember. You feel warmer towards someone who shares traits with an old friend. You walk faster down a hallway where words like urgent and hurry were flashed on a screen earlier. The priming was quiet, but the action was real. This effect has been demonstrated across countless studies. In one classic experiment, participants who were subliminally primed with words related to old age, like Florida, bingo, and retirement, literally walked more slowly after the test. In another, subjects exposed to faces expressing subtle anger showed greater bias in later decisions, even though they couldn't consciously identify the emotion. Priming has been used to influence everything from voting behavior to food choices, negotiation tactics to moral judgments. And while the effect sizes vary, the principle holds. Your mind is a landscape, and subliminal cues are the weather systems moving across it, shaping the terrain without you ever seeing the clouds. But this raises unsettling questions. If we can be influenced without awareness, what becomes of free will? If our choices are shaped by inputs we didn't choose to receive, how much of what we do is truly ours? Philosophers have wrestled with these questions for centuries, but neuroscience brings them into sharper focus. It suggests that consciousness may not be the driver of the car, but the narrator sitting beside it, telling a story about where we're going after we've already turned the wheel. Subliminal priming reveals the degree to which we live not from deliberate construction, but from emergent behavior. Patterns assembled from context, history, mood, and memory, all in real time, all beneath the surface. And yet, this is not a cause for despair. It is a call to awareness. Because while we cannot stop every subliminal influence, we can shape the environment in which they occur. We can curate the inputs that prime us. We can choose the music we hear, the imagery we surround ourselves with, the messages we allow into our homes, our minds, our daily rituals. We can turn subliminal influence from manipulation into medicine. The same mechanism that can bias you toward anger can be used to tilt you toward empathy. The same system that can feed consumerism can be tuned to support creativity, mindfulness, connection. Your brain is always being primed. The question is, by what? And this power extends inward too. You can prime yourself. A posture, a breath, a memory recalled with intention. All these can shift your mood, your cognition, your behavior. You can smile to invite joy. You can repeat a word, a mantra, to prepare your mind for calm. You can place a symbol, a stone, a photo, a color in your space, not as decoration, but as silent guidance. You become, in a sense, your own subliminal designer. Laying down cues not to deceive yourself, but to support yourself. To whisper kindness into your thoughts before judgment arrives. To create echoes of intention that ripple into your future actions. And perhaps this is the deeper lesson of subliminal priming. That consciousness is not the only form of intelligence you carry. That your mind is a chorus, not a soloist. That influence is inevitable, but not all influence is corruption. Some of it is care. Some of it is poetry written in the margins of awareness. And when you see it, when you feel it working, not in the moment of choice, but in the pattern of choices, you begin to understand that being human is not about total control. It is about sensitive participation in a system more complex than we can grasp, but not more powerful than we can engage. Because every word you read, every sound you hear, every image that flits across your screen, they all leave traces. Some fade, some stick, some bloom into behaviors days later, in moments you never trace back to the seed. But they were there. They moved something in you. They shaped your tone, your pace, your posture, your priorities. And in knowing that, you are not made powerless. You are made awake. You begin to guard the gates of your attention, not with fear, but with discernment. You become intentional, not just about what you think, but about what surrounds your thinking. Because you understand now, you don't just act from within. You act from everything you've absorbed. And in that awareness lies a quiet kind of freedom. Not the freedom of untouched choice, but the freedom to shape the soil in which your choices grow. Yawning is contagious because of unconscious mirroring. Imagine walking past a still lake at dawn, its surface calm as glass, until a single ripple spreads from the center. Not from a stone, not from wind, but from a ripple in a neighboring lake, somehow mirrored across space, as if two bodies of water shared the same nervous system. Now replace the water with breath, the ripple with a yawn, and the mirror becomes you, your body responding to a gesture it did not initiate, your lungs expanding in sync with someone else's rhythm, your jaw stretching not from fatigue, but from resonance. This is the strange and curiously familiar experience of catching a yawn, and while we often dismiss it as a trivial reflex, a background glitch of social life, yawning is in fact a profound window into the hidden architecture of human connection. Because when you yawn in response to another's yawn, your body is not reacting to tiredness. It is participating in an ancient and unconscious ritual of mirroring, a biological whisper that says, "I see you, I feel you, we are in sync." It is empathy enacted through physiology, a silent choreography rehearsed across millennia. Yawning is not unique to humans, but contagious yawning, the tendency to yawn after observing another, is most commonly observed in social animals with strong bonds: humans, primates, dogs. This suggests that the reflex is not just about oxygenation or thermoregulation as once believed, but about attunement. Neuroscientists have traced this behavior to the brain's mirror neuron system, a network of cells that fire both when an action is performed and when the same action is observed in another. These neurons are the biological basis for imitation, empathy, and shared experience. When you see someone yawn, your mirror system simulates the motor action. And if the simulation crosses a threshold, you do the action yourself. But more than muscle memory is at work here. Embedded in that yawning gesture is a state, a subtle emotional tone, a shift in arousal, a signal of fatigue or social tension. And your brain, in mimicking the action, also absorbs the state. You don't just copy the motion, you adopt the mood. This is why yawning is more contagious among people who are emotionally close. Studies have shown that we are more likely to catch yawns from family members, friends, or those we perceive as similar. The more socially connected you feel, the more open your mirroring systems become. In contrast, people with certain neurological differences, such as autism spectrum conditions, may yawn less contagiously, not due to lack of compassion, but due to variations in how mirroring and emotional attunement are processed. This reinforces the idea that contagious yawning is not just about imitation, it is a neurological proxy for interpersonal resonance. Your body reads the bodies of others constantly, and yawning is one of its subtlest expressions of that hidden dialogue. But this mirroring extends far beyond yawns. Humans are exquisitely designed to reflect one another. We match body language, facial expressions, tone of voice. We adopt postures without realizing it. We shift breathing patterns when near someone we trust. These unconscious synchronizations create rapport, deepen bonding, and build the scaffolding of social cognition. And among all these, yawning stands as a particularly elegant example because it bypasses language, thought, even attention. You can catch a yawn peripherally in a photograph, even when you're trying not to. It slips beneath your cognitive defenses, activating your sense of embodied empathy. And that empathy, though invisible, is central to how we live together. Evolutionarily, contagious yawning may have served as a group-level arousal regulator. If one member of a tribe yawned, signaling a shift in attention or vigilance, the contagion would spread, aligning the group's internal states. This could prepare a clan for rest or ready it for alertness. The reflex helped synchronize bodies, align rhythms, prepare collective transitions. In this light, yawning becomes a kind of social metronome, keeping tempo across brains. And while modern life has removed many of the environmental triggers that made this necessary, the circuitry remains. Your nervous system still listens for those cues, and when it hears them, it moves you, not out of mimicry, but out of belonging. Contagious. Yawning also reveals something deeper about how much of you is shaped by others. You do not think, feel, or even breathe in a vacuum. The boundaries of the self are far more porous than we believe. Your mood can be influenced by a stranger's posture. Your focus can shift in response to someone else's sigh. A single involuntary yawn in a meeting can set off a chain reaction that changes the energy in the room. These aren't coincidences. They're neurobiological resonances. And yawning is simply the most visible, most measurable, most quietly poetic of these echoes. But like all forms of mirroring, contagious yawning carries risk as well as reward. Because just as we can synchronize with calm, we can also synchronize with anxiety, fatigue, numbness. Our attunement systems do not discriminate. They reflect what they observe. If the emotional climate around you is heavy, your mirror systems absorb that weight. And while yawning itself may not transmit distress, it reminds us of the larger truth, that you are shaped by what you witness. And what you witness, in turn, is shaped by you. Yet this also means that you can choose, to some extent, what to reflect and what to project. By becoming aware of these hidden synchronies, you can begin to influence them, not by resisting your reflexes, but by curating your presence. A soft breath can settle a room. A gentle posture can soothe tension. A yawn, offered without shame, can invite restfulness. You become a participant in the social nervous system, not merely a passenger. And that participation begins with awareness. So the next time you find yourself yawning during a conversation, or watching someone yawn and feeling the corners of your own jaw stretch in response, pause. Not to suppress it, not to apologize, but to notice. You've just witnessed your body responding to someone else's state without needing a word. You've just been reminded that connection does not live only in intellect or speech. It lives in rhythm, in the invisible loops between nervous systems, in the shared breath, the mirrored moment, the ripple that moves through water and returns as a wave. Yawning is not a glitch in your social machinery. It is a signal that you are attuned, that beneath your thoughts and preferences and roles, you are still wired to feel with others, to echo what they cannot say, to align in silence, and perhaps, in a world that so often demands constant stimulation, performance, and productivity, The yawn becomes a small act of rebellion, a return to slowness, to reflex, to shared vulnerability. It reminds you that you are not alone, that you are, quite literally, built to resonate. The brain rewards you for predicting, not for being right. Imagine standing in a vast, dark cathedral where every step you take illuminates only the next few tiles ahead of you. Not the whole floor, not the walls, not the ceiling, just a glowing outline of what lies directly before you. You do not walk because you know exactly where you're going. You walk because your brain makes a prediction about what comes next. And when the tiles appear just as anticipated, it rewards you, not with certainty, but with confidence. This is how your mind moves through life, not by seeing the world as it is, but by continuously forecasting what it expects to see, hear, feel, and understand. And here's the twist. Your brain does not necessarily reward you for being correct. It rewards you for being predictive. That subtle difference is what shapes how you learn, how you perceive truth, how you fall into delusion, and how entire realities are constructed, not from data, but from expectation. At every level of cognition, your brain craves one thing: more than truth, the fulfillment of its own model of reality. From a biological standpoint, the human brain is a prediction machine. It's not merely a passive receiver of stimuli, it is an active anticipator. Sensory input, sight, sound, touch, taste, is constantly being filtered through an intricate model of the world that your brain builds based on past experience. When you open a door, you expect it to be where it was yesterday. When you speak a word, you expect a particular sound to follow. When you raise your hand, you expect to feel gravity resist. These expectations aren't optional. They're built into your neurology. The brain operates through what neuroscientists call predictive coding, a system in which incoming information is compared against what is predicted. When there's a match, the brain experiences a kind of neural satisfaction. When there's a mismatch, it doesn't feel wrong. It feels uncomfortable. That discomfort isn't moral. It isn't the same as discovering a lie. It's simply prediction, error. A gap between what was expected and what actually occurred. But the brain's goal is not to close that gap through revelation. It's to close that gap by adjusting either the input or the expectation. And because predictions are often more stable than the chaos of new input, the brain tends to reshape perception to match prediction, not the other way around. In this way, you don't see the world clearly, you see it predictively. A shadow on the wall may look like a person if that's what you expect. A strange noise at night might sound like danger if your model is primed for fear. A smile might feel insincere, not because it is, but because you've been hurt before and expect betrayal. Even more fascinating is how the brain's reward system, particularly the dopaminergic pathways, responds not just to outcomes, but to the accuracy of predictions. Studies show that the brain releases more dopamine when a reward is expected, and arrives exactly on time than when a surprise reward appears out of nowhere. In other words, predictive success is more rewarding than unexpected gain. This reveals a profound truth. Your brain is less concerned with the world's generosity and more with its predictability. You don't just want good things to happen, you want to be right about when they will. This is why routines are soothing, why spoilers don't always ruin stories, why people return to toxic patterns, not because they're pleasant, but because they're predictable. The known, even when painful, is neurologically safer than the unknown. And yet, this predictive bias comes with a cost, because once a mental model is established, it can become self-fulfilling. You begin to interpret the world in ways that confirm your expectations. This is the core of confirmation bias, cognitive dissonance, and belief perseverance. It's not that the brain prefers lies, it's that it prefers coherence. Being right is not nearly as rewarding as feeling like you predicted correctly, and that can lead you to reinforce distorted views simply because they feel consistent. You might ignore evidence that contradicts your assumptions, not out of denial, but out of a deep neurological drive to maintain predictive control. This also helps explain why first impressions are so powerful. Once your brain forms an initial prediction about someone's character, it begins to filter all future interactions through that lens. A neutral gesture might be interpreted as hostile, a compliment as manipulation, a silence as disinterest, all because your predictive model has locked in, and being right about someone feels more important than reassessing them fairly. And this doesn't just apply to people. It applies to cultures, to ideas, to the self. You carry a predictive story about who you are, and that story shapes not only how you interpret your actions, but what you believe you're capable of. The implications of this are staggering. It means that your experience of reality is not a reflection, but a projection. It is assembled moment by moment from prior beliefs, and your brain is constantly looking for ways to confirm that the story it's telling itself is still true. This is why change is so hard. Not because it's impossible, but because it's predictively threatening. New beliefs, new behaviors, even new environments trigger a spike in prediction error, and unless your brain is sufficiently motivated, it will resist updating its model. You'll stick with the known route, the familiar pain, the habitual answer, not because it works, but because it completes the neural pattern. And yet, there's a paradox. While the brain resists surprise, it also thrives on novelty. Too little prediction error leads to boredom. Too much leads to chaos. The sweet spot, what psychologists call the zone of proximal learning, is where your predictions are challenged, just enough to update, but not so much that they collapse. This is where growth happens. When your brain is rewarded for predicting and also open to correcting its predictions, learning accelerates. But it requires a strange kind of courage, the willingness to be less right so you can become more accurate. This same dynamic underlies how habits form. A habit is not just a repeated action, it's a predictive shortcut. Your brain learns that a certain cue, waking up, feeling stress, leads to a routine, checking your phone, eating junk food, which leads to a reward, dopamine hit, relief. But over time, the reward becomes secondary. The prediction of the reward becomes the driver. You reach for the snack not because you want it, but because your brain expects it and pays you in advance with dopamine for initiating the sequence. The brain learns to anticipate pleasure and prefers the anticipation to the outcome. This is why addiction is so tenacious, not because the drug always feels good, but because the predictive model demands its script be completed. In the same way, ideologies can become addictive, not because they're always useful, but because they're predictable. They offer simple frameworks, clear enemies, moral clarity, and once accepted, the brain rewards every confirming observation with a dopamine pulse, reinforcing the belief, not because it is right, but because it feels expectationally fulfilled. This is how echo chambers form, how extremism escalates, how truth is sacrificed for narrative completion. Yet in all this, there is a strange hope. Because if the brain rewards prediction, and if prediction can be updated, then you are not doomed to your current model. You can teach your brain to predict new things. You can train it to find reward in being surprised, in being challenged, in discovering it was wrong. The key is not to resist the prediction impulse. It's to use it consciously, to shape your environment, your input, your questions in ways that nudge the brain to build better maps. This is the essence of learning, of healing, of growth. Creating new expectations and slowly replacing the old ones. In the end, your brain is not your enemy. It is your narrator. And like any narrator, it can be edited. The story it tells is only as fixed as your willingness to rewrite it. Prediction is power, but that power can be reclaimed by noticing when you're chasing coherence at the expense of truth, by celebrating the moments when you're surprised, by rewarding yourself not just for being right, but for being willing to be wrong and learn. Because that's where the real evolution begins, not when you cling to the known, but when you step into the unknown and say, I didn't expect this, and that's why I'm ready. You're programmed to spot faces in random patterns. Imagine walking alone through an ancient forest just as twilight begins to settle, where the trees rise like cathedral spires and the shadows lengthen into silent observers. As you tread carefully, between roots and fallen leaves, you pause. For a moment, you think you see a face carved into the bark of a gnarled oak. It's not a real face, you know that, not consciously. But your heart skips, your eyes fixate, and something inside you whispers, "There's someone there." You blink, look again, and the illusion fades. But the impression lingers, not as a mistake, but as something eerily meaningful. You didn't just see a face, you felt it. Welcome to pareidolia, the ghost in your perception, the evolutionary relic that compels your brain to find familiarity in randomness, to see human presence in lifeless things, and to turn patterns into people, even when none exist. It is one of the oldest illusions we carry, and perhaps the most telling, that the mind would rather invent a face where there is none than risk missing the gaze of another watching back. This deep-rooted compulsion is no trivial quirk. It's a reflection of how the human brain evolved not for truth, but for survival through assumption. At the heart of pareidolia lies the superior temporal sulcus, a region finely tuned to facial geometry and eye direction, ready to detect the subtlest configurations of eyes, nose, and mouth, even when drawn in clouds, toast, burnt wood, or digital static. But this isn't just a neat trick of the visual system. It's a core component of how your consciousness organizes meaning. By prioritizing agents over objects, intention over accident, and emotional resonance over accuracy. In evolutionary terms, it was far better for our ancestors to falsely perceive a predator in the dark and live with the embarrassment than to miss the one time the pattern was real and perish. That urgency never left us. The wiring is still active. You still look at power outlets and see startled faces. You still glance at the moon and see a calm, ancient watcher. You still gaze into the patterns of chaos and find echoes of human presence because your brain can't afford not to. What makes pareidolia even more fascinating is not just that we see faces, but that we respond to them emotionally. Studies show that the amygdala, the brain's emotion center, lights up in response to illusory faces almost as strongly as it does for real ones. This means that a fake face, a shadow on a wall, a knotted tree trunk, can evoke feelings of familiarity, fear, curiosity, or comfort, all without conscious awareness. It's not just that we see these things, we feel them as if they see us. This emotional engagement reveals something profound about human consciousness. We are social to the core, so much so that even in solitude, our brains simulate presence. The mind abhors emptiness. It fills the void with faces, with imagined companions, with watchers and witnesses, even when we're alone, especially when we're alone. Pareidolia also offers a rare glimpse into how deeply pattern recognition shapes our understanding of reality. The brain isn't a camera, it's a storyteller. And like all storytellers, it sees not just what is, but what could be. Every time you look at an abstract painting and sense a pair of eyes, every time you see a figure in the mist or a smile in a swirl of cream, you're witnessing your brain's refusal to accept the meaningless. Meaning must be extracted, even if it must be manufactured. This tendency isn't just visual, it extends to sounds, hearing words in static, behaviors, assigning intention to randomness, and even ideas, finding cosmic messages in coincidences. It's the same root impulse to detect a pattern, then breathe life into it. And that pattern seeking, though prone to error, is not a weakness. It's the foundation of imagination, culture, and creativity. The cave paintings of our ancestors weren't just records of the hunt, they were reflections of this internal machinery. They looked at cracks in cave walls and saw buffalo. They saw gods in stars, omens in animal tracks, faces in the fire. From those ancient hallucinations, art was born, myth was born, religion was born. Civilization itself emerged from the same mental engine that convinces you for half a second that the arrangement of lights in your bedroom spells out a smile. Pareidolia is not a bug in the system. It is the system, and it's older than language, deeper than logic, and more persistent than most of your conscious beliefs. But there's a darker side. Because if your brain rewards itself for finding meaning in randomness, then it can just as easily find enemies in the unfamiliar, conspiracies in coincidence, or divine messages in chaos. This is how paranoia finds its foothold, how superstition grows, how confirmation bias tightens its grip. A rustle in the leaves becomes a threat. A stranger's glance becomes judgment. A harmless symbol becomes a personal attack. Pareidolia doesn't just create faces, it creates narratives. And once a narrative takes root, it becomes self-confirming. You begin to see what you already believe. The random becomes revelatory, the uncertain becomes accusatory, and the world becomes a mirror of your mind, not because it is, but because your mind insists. Yet within this lies a haunting beauty. Pareidolia shows us that perception is not passive, it's participatory. You do not simply absorb the world, you co-create it. The face in the wall is not there until you see it, and yet once you do, it cannot be unseen. In this sense, the universe becomes interactive, responsive, filled with ghostly traces of your inner architecture. Every illusion is a reflection, not of external reality, but of internal structure. And when enough people see the same illusions, they become shared fictions, the basis of culture, mythology, and meaning. The science of pareidolia continues to unravel just how deep this phenomenon runs. Children show signs of it earlier than many other perceptual abilities, suggesting it's built in, not learned. People with heightened social sensitivity or loneliness tend to see faces more often, as if the brain compensates for absence with simulation. And in certain mental health conditions, like schizophrenia or temporal lobe epilepsy, pareidolia can become extreme, flooding consciousness with faces that aren't there, voices that never spoke, patterns that scream significance from meaningless noise. In these cases, the brain's predictive model of the world becomes too powerful, overriding sensory input entirely. Reality bends to the will of the model. Illusion becomes indistinguishable from truth. But even in everyday life, pareidolia teaches a gentle lesson, that reality is filtered, interpreted, and emotionally charged long before it reaches your awareness. You are not neutral. You are not objective. You are a dreamer walking through a world half built by biology and half by belief. And as strange as it seems, this capacity to project humanity onto the inhuman is also what allows you to empathize, to relate, to imagine what others feel. If you can see a face in a rock, you can see yourself in a stranger. If you can animate a smudge of dirt into a smiling child's face, you can animate a foreign perspective into compassion. So the next time you find yourself staring at a car bumper that seems to be frowning, or a house that looks surprised, or a knot in the wood that resembles an old man's eyes, don't dismiss it as mere illusion. Understand it for what it is. The echo of a mind wired for connection, a psyche sculpted by the need to see the human in the non-human. It is not foolish to see faces where there are none. It is human, profoundly, irreversibly human. Because in a world that often feels cold, chaotic, and impersonal, your mind dares to see a familiar gaze looking back. And that gaze, even when fabricated, whispers something vital to your spirit, that you are not alone, that somewhere, something sees you too, even if that something is your own reflection in the mirror of the void.